cleared the tower. Every 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions. That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Hi, Stephanie.
Good morning.
Are you seeing your presentation?
I sure am.
Oh, that tells me I did one little thing right.
Hi.
We're always trying to, okay, what did Zoom change this time?
Ugh.
So I'm going to turn the controls over to you. Welcome back from break, everyone. And Stephanie, double click and make sure you have control.
It looks like I do.
Okay, and I'm going to clear my little timer here. And if you are ready, you may begin.
Okay. Do you all see this giant pointer?
I do see the
Okay.
giant pointer.
Okay, great. Yeah, thank you so much for having me here today. My name is Stephanie Berg, and I am a wildlife biologist for the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. And I'm here to talk to you about our Pine Creek project. Our Pine Creek project seeks to secure a perpetual conservation easement on over 4,000 acres of intact shrub steppe, Oregon white oak, oak pine mixed forest, and riparian habitats. You can see the project location here, kind of in south central Washington. And the project is in eastern Klickitat County. It's 1.3 miles south of the very, very small town of Thickleton, Washington. And Pine Creek is only one of a few major drainages in this arid area, and the project runs adjacent to the creek. There are approximately 4,000 acres of shrub steppe in this project and about 270 acres of oak conifer or mixed forest. And before I get into the evaluation criteria, I just want to give you a quick bit of context on how this project came about. I know it's a little bit different than maybe the other projects that you're seeing today. So, starting in 2021, I was doing a research project on mule deer to identify migration corridors and wintering areas in Klickitat County. I solicited landowners to participate in this project, and Doug and Helen Grabner were some of the participants. Then in fall 2024, I was out on their property to retrieve a GPS collar from a deer that had died. And Doug told me that he was thinking of selling his property to help finance a home next to his son in Idaho. Knowing what an amazing property it was, how much work he and Helen had put in to improve the land for wildlife habitat, and how the area around it was being impacted by development, I asked if he would ever consider putting a conservation easement on the property instead of selling it. Doug and Helen really liked the fact that this conservation easement would protect the work they've done on their property to provide wildlife habitat forever. So that's the short version on how this project came to be. And Doug and Helen, the landowners, have been supportive and patient as we navigate through the process of making this project into a reality. One thing I didn't mention earlier is I put a house on the map, and that is where their house is in relation to the rest of the property. So we'll start with habitat impact and landscape significance. In this area, there are no active land trusts, little public land, and even fewer conservation easements. This project seeks to use a large tract of private land to help achieve conservation goals. The goal of this project is to protect wildlife habitat that cannot be purchased in fee and prevent future development and subdivision in an area with high development pressure. This project will protect intact habitat and migration corridors, providing connectivity for wildlife in an area where the cumulative impacts of development and land subdivision continue to compound. This project is unique in its large size and in its location in an area comprised of nearly all private agricultural lands. This project will protect land that is already good quality habitat, comprised of healthy native vegetation. The project area supports year-round wintering and migratory mule deer habitat, which we documented in our study. Shrub steppe and Oregon white oak habitats are rare in Washington and both support a variety of species, both common and uncommon. Pine Creek and its associated riparian habitat provide water and cover, as well as foraging opportunities for species like silver-haired bat and hoary bat. Oregon white oak acorns provide forage for mule deer, turkey, bear, and western gray squirrels. The oaks, ponderosa pines, and junipers are used for nesting by birds from songbird size up to eagles. The shrub steppe vegetation provides forage and cover for birds, reptiles, and mammals. In terms of adequacy, this project would put a perpetual conservation easement on over 4,000 acres, which is a very large area. At its widest east to west, this project nearly connects the Pine Creek drainage to the Wood Creek drainage to the west. To provide connectivity between two major drainages for movement of wildlife species like mule deer, cougar, and bear is very significant and unique. These drainages serve as corridors for movement. The project serves as a barrier-free area between these two corridors and will enhance connectivity on a larger landscape scale. This is important in an area with development like solar farms that have tall fences, as shown in the photo of a solar farm close to the project. This project property does not have tall fences, interior fences, or a full boundary fence. It's also barrier-free due to its lack of buildings and human disturbance. There are 5 interior roads of various lengths to service the 36 wind turbines, but these roads don't impede movement of wildlife as they are rarely used. Distribution and range. Many of the species present in the project area are rare statewide, and eastern Klickitat County represents the edge of their range, as this is a transition zone between oak conifer woodlands and shrub steppe. This project will help to prevent range contraction for those rare species. During winter aerial deer surveys, this property has shown to be used by large numbers of mule deer. And when you visit the property, you are sure to see at least one group of deer. Acquisition importance. For mule deer, one priority action from several planning documents is the use of conservation easements to protect migration corridors. This action is included in WWFW's Mule Deer Management Plan, Game Management Plan, and our 2023 Washington Action Plan for Secretarial Order 3362. That's from the Interior Department, and the focus of that is improving habitat quality in western big game, winter range, and migration corridors. Since mule deer are migratory, it's difficult to protect the extent of their range solely on public land. Conservation easements on private land are necessary pieces of the puzzle in protection of a mule deer's full range. Several of the new conservation compass points identified in the recently revised State Wildlife Action Plan for WDFW are directly addressed by this project. Those include increase the pace and scale of biodiversity conservation, prioritize actions that support resilient, connected, and healthy systems for people and wildlife, and facilitate effective voluntary conservation action. Also, the Washington Habitat Connectivity Action Plan rates this project area as having high connectivity value. Species significance and diversity and special status. With its diversity of habitats, this project area is also used by a diversity of wildlife species. There are 11 species of greatest conservation need, or SGCN, documented in the project area, including 2 species of bats, 4 species of birds, 3 species of small mammals, and 2 species of reptiles. In addition to those SGCN species, there are 4 priority species from WDFW's Priority Habitats and Species list. 6 of WDFW's priority habitats are present in the project area. Those include Oregon white oak woodlands, in-stream, riparian, east side steppe, aspen groves, and shrub steppe. A portion of this project includes Pine Creek, which is a major drainage in this area and is known to have rainbow trout fry in it. Citations for all these observations can be found in the Species and Communities of Special Status table. Vulnerability. These SGCN species are rare, so the presence of 11 of them on the project area is significant. SGCN species are also vulnerable, and protection of the large area will help mitigate the habitat loss and fragmentation that is happening around this project area. Mule deer populations are declining across the West, and one of the factors in that decline is habitat loss and fragmentation, particularly on winter range and migration corridors. Ecosystem impact. With a large variety of species present in the project area, there are a wide variety of ecosystem functions occurring. Mule deer are one of the target species, and they serve as important prey to large carnivores. They also require large barrier-free habitats with native forage, which in turn benefits many other species. All right, threat. The immediate threat to the project area includes solar development and land subdivision. The map in the middle shows the project area in red, with the deer migration corridor and stopover sites that our research project map in white and gray and dark gray. The southern boundary of the project is about 1.5 miles north of the 1,800-acre Lund Hill Solar Project. That is shown in yellow on the map. That is surrounded by 8 miles of 8-foot tall perimeter fencing. Shown in blue is the 2,500-acre Roosevelt Regional Landfill, which is 7 miles south of the project area. Lands between the Lund Hill Solar Project and the landfill are currently leased for another proposed solar and wind project. Adjacent to the project area to the west, in purple, are both the Bluebird 1 and 2 solar projects, which are approximately 4,700 acres and will also have tall perimeter fences. The Pine Creek project property was previously leased for the Bluebird 2 project, but the landowners did not renew the lease when they were asked earlier this year, so they will not be part of that project. The landfill and solar projects remove available habitat, are barriers to movement for mule deer, and have a large cumulative effect on fragmentation in the area. Subdivision of land around the town of Bickleton is already happening and has recently increased as people seek refuge away from cities or are drawn to jobs at the landfill and renewable energy projects. The photo shown on the right was taken across the road from the Pine Creek project. Restoration and management. This project area stands out among the surrounding properties in that the native habitat remains mostly intact. The current landowners have never grazed cattle, no longer grow wheat, and have planted their former conservation reserve program acreage with native grasses. There are no known large weed infestations, and the county does weed control along the county roads where most weeds are present. There are no planned restoration or management activities in the near term, and the landowners will continue to live on site and steward the land. They are eligible to apply for any grants for habitat improvement projects if needed in the future. In terms of nearby lands, this project is important because there are no other large tracts of protected land in the area. The Cleveland Shrub Steppe Natural Area Preserve is located 3 miles to the west, and various sections of DNR trust land, and small parcels of BLM are present in the area. But you will note on the map that one of those DNR trust lands is part of the Lund Hill Solar Project. Since this project area is already intact habitat, a perpetual conservation easement provides the appropriate level of protection by preventing future development. This is a perpetual easement which will be carried forward even with future landowners. The terms of the easement will be negotiated with the landowner, but are proposed to include limits on subdivision, residential, commercial, and industrial development, timber harvest, etc. Conservation easements are key in areas that are largely public land. Also, WDFW does not have the resources to own and manage such a large property in this location, and there are no land trusts that work in the area. WDFW staff will monitor the easement on an annual basis to ensure that the terms of the easement are being followed. This property is zoned extensive agriculture and can be subdivided as shown on that parcel map nearby. It falls within Klickitat County's energy overlay zone, which means that energy projects are more likely to move forward. Pine Creek does not fall under the current shoreline management rules, and any protections under the county's critical areas ordinance would be determined on a case-by-case basis by the county planning department. And I put stars here to show this where the Pine Creek property is in relation to those maps. Livestock grazing has not occurred on the property since they've owned it, so it has not been grazed for over 30 years. The landowners have been engaged and enthusiastic from the conception of this project. Also, the Yakima Nation Development of Natural Resource Program and the Mule Deer Foundation are both supportive of this project. Klickitat County is supportive of the project and has provided a letter of support for use of mitigation funds that they hold to be used on this project. Those funds were from the Lund Hill Solar Project that I showed you earlier. In terms of public benefits, since this is a conservation easement, it will not be open to public access as the landowners will continue to live part-time on the property. Wildlife viewing is possible from the surrounding county roads, and the area is popular for birders to view shrub steppe associated species. The landowners will continue to refrain from using the property for agricultural uses. The home, outbuildings, wind turbine roads and paths, and a small gravel pit will be excluded from the conservation easement. The landowner has already allowed access for capture of mule deer for a study of mule deer migration and has also allowed WDFW staff to conduct wildlife surveys. This map shows a winter mule deer survey unit in which that's in white. And the colored dots are groups of mule deer observed in the survey unit each year. With a perpetual conservation easement, this project area could serve as a good location for wildlife, plant, or habitat surveys and research, as well as a model for conservation easements in the county, hopefully spurring more in the future. No landscape features listed are known to be present on this property. And in terms of ecosystem services, native vegetation that benefits pollinators is present. Many shrub steppe plants are nitrogen fixers. Conifers and oaks provide carbon sequestration and prevent soil erosion. And oaks are highly adapted to both drought and fire. And that's what I have for the criteria.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. Questions or comments from team members? Go ahead, Kevin. You may begin.
Oh, did you call my name? Oh, sorry.
I did. Sorry.
I didn't see other hands up. Yeah, I'm curious about the solar mitigation funds and how, if you could speak to that in a little more detail. Like you said that you would use those for stewardship or something like that. And I just, if you could just talk a little bit more about that.
Yeah, no, they wouldn't be used for stewardship. They would be used to like complete the conservation easement. You know, we have applied to this grant and other funding sources, and we don't know exactly how much will cover, you know, the conservation easement as a whole. So there could be a smaller piece left over that we could use the mitigation funds to add to the big pot of money for the conservation easement on all 4,400 acres.
Okay, thanks. That's good clarification. I guess I was confused just based on the simple funding chart that said $2.6 million was 100%. So it could be more than that, and that
Yeah.
could supplement that. So
Yep. Yeah, we don't know exactly because we need to negotiate the terms of the easement.
okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And go ahead, Misha.
Thank you, Stephanie, for this presentation. It is obviously a tricky area to conserve because there are no bodies who are able to buy the property and for conservation, and an easement is a tricky way to conserve a property, right? Because conservation easement is like a basket of eggs. It's only as good as what it was defined in the easement, both above ground and underground. Like negotiating, for example, above ground, as you know, I'm sure, ground rights can still allow companies to come in and drill underground, affecting the habitat. And with the easements, monitoring is also such an important part, ensuring that the land is properly protected as defined in the easements. So once the landowners sell the property or die, move away, without high quality oversight, making sure that the future landowners follow the easement rules, how do you foresee that happening? Do you have the people and the budget for continued monitoring and enforcement of the easement rules?
Yeah. So yep, that easement is in perpetuity and it goes with the land, as you say, if it gets bought and sold. And so, yeah, those new landowners would be beholden to that easement. And yeah, we would plan, WDFW doesn't have a lot of conservation easements, but we do have some. And so we have a plan in place for monitoring, annual monitoring by our regional lands agent. And we would, treat this easement the same as the others and continue to monitor that.
So I just a follow-up question. So I know with land trusts, when they do easements, they periodically find that even going on site once a month, maybe going once a month gives them the opportunities to catch something being done just in time to mitigate it, because the landowners, not future landowners who are not vested in conservation, might not know exactly what they may or may not do, or they might to try to get away with something. So do you think that monitoring a property just once a year would be enough to have a good enough protection to mitigate any possible development by the future landowners?
Yeah, I mean, it's impossible to know what will happen in the future, but I think we would make our plan and stick to it, and we would, have the legal recourse if needed. But my guess is that this property will be continued to hand down within this family. So that would hopefully lead to another generation of folks who are really invested in, what their parents have accomplished on it.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Stephanie, you talked about the significance of doing an easement on this property. Are there, when you started to talk about threats to the land, you talked about solar energy and some other things. Has Fish and Wildlife thought about an option for underlying fee ownership if that ever came up? I didn't know if that was part of the conversation.
Yeah, I think it's just really difficult for us to own and manage this size of property. As you know, our budget is really bad right now. And we're working on other projects that we're presenting to you. This one is pretty far away from where we have personnel and
Got it.
people located and resources. And it's just so unique in that the landowners have been managing it in this way for so long. So it comes to us, yeah, in a good state. And those documents that I mentioned, you know, conservation easements really are important because we can't have fee title land all over, right? This is pretty popular to do conservation easements in other states in the West for particularly mule deer. If you look at like Wyoming, Montana, there's thousands of acres that have been strategically put into these easements where these mule deer can still have their migration corridors intact. And so just trying to kind of translate those case studies to here in Washington with this particular project.
Yeah, it's nice to see because we don't often, I mean, the legislature encouraged us to add conservation easements as a tool to this toolkit. And so it's nice to see from time to time that it becomes useful when you're trying to preserve habitat.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your time. Hopefully, we'll be able to share the results with you by the end of the month.
Okay. Thank you all so much.
Okay, team members, I am going to see if I can control the mouse here for a minute and get up our next presentation. And I think next up is Luna Ponds. Close out this one. Sandra, are you presenting this one?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. Then I'm going to do my best to turn over the controls to you. And get the mouse on the right screen. Now, why don't you try clicking and seeing if you have control?
All right. Looks like I do.
Awesome. And you notice there's just a little bit of a delay.
Yeah, I'll do my best.
Okay. So I am resetting my clock. And you may begin.
All right. Thank you. Yes, once again, thank you everyone for being here and for this listening to this presentation. My name is Cassandra Holman. I am the Wildlife Area Manager for the Klickitat Wildlife Area out of Region 5. Today, I will be presenting on the proposed acquisition of Luna Ponds under the critical habitat category. For some regional context, the Klickitat Wildlife Area, based out of Goldendale, currently encompasses roughly 30,000 acres, extending from the Bickleton area to the Columbia River near Lisle. Luna Ponds would expand that conservation footprint into east central Klickitat County and help fill a gap between existing public and conservation lands. The property is approximately 20 minutes from the Simcoe unit and 30 minutes from the Soda Springs unit of the Klickitat Wildlife Area. Luna Ponds is a large intact habitat with in a landscape where agricultural and development pressures make permanent conservation increasingly difficult. Luna Ponds is located approximately 4 miles east of Goldendale with direct access from the Bickleton Highway. That location is important because Luna Ponds would add almost 500 acres of protected habitat in an area where DFW ownership is currently limited. The surrounding landscape is a mixture of agriculture and undeveloped lands. Luna Ponds provides an opportunity to retain property with intact wetland and shrub steppe elements within that landscape. There are several features that make this property stand out. Luna Ponds contains perennial water features through a network of ponds, mature deciduous trees, riparian habitat, shrub steppe, and a distinctive volcanic landscape that supports specialized plant communities. The combination is important. It is a wetland riparian upland mosaic that provides different habitat conditions within one relatively compact property. That diversity is one of the primary reasons that this property has value beyond any individual habitat type. So WDFW proposes to permanently protect 480 acres at Luna Ponds. The primary habitat includes freshwater emergent wetlands and native shrub steppe. The wetlands provide seasonal wildlife habitat and important hydraulic functions, while the surrounding shrub steppe includes sagebrush, perennial bunch grasses, and native forbs. Together, these habitats provide a range of conditions for wildlife and maintain ecological function within a landscape that has been substantially influenced by a long history of agriculture. The objective of the acquisition is straightforward: to permanently conserve the wetland and shrub steppe habitats, maintain ecological function, and provide long-term public access. The property also supports priority habitat and species values. The property is enrolled in WDFW's private land program. Acquisition would convert that voluntary access opportunity into a permanent public access and would give WDFW long-term control over habitat management. So the first scoring criteria: habitat impacts. Landscape significance. Luna Ponds sits at an important transition point in the landscape. It is close to Goldendale, surrounded in large part by agricultural land, and located in an area where remaining native habitat can increasingly face competing land uses. That gives Luna Ponds two possible futures: permanent conservation or conversion to other land use. It is ecologically important to keep the wetland and the uplands together as one functioning system. There is also a downstream connection. Water leaving this property contributes to the Rock Creek Basin, so protecting the site has benefits that extend beyond the property boundary. Show more parcel continuity. DFW owns approximately 1% of land in Klickitat County. Acquisition would also expand DFW's conservation footprint and improve the continuity of protected habitat in this portion of Klickitat County. The surrounding landscape includes DFW, DNR, Columbia Land Trust, BLM, state parks, Yakima Nation, and private lands. Luna Ponds would add another protected block to this larger mosaic. The ecological role of Luna Ponds comes from the interaction of its habitats. The wetlands provide water, seasonal habitat, filtration, and flood storage functions. The riparian areas provide movement and foraging habitat for birds, bats, and other wildlife. The shrub steppe provides nesting, foraging, and cover habitat for upland species and supports pollinators and insects that form the base of the food web. The property also provides movement habitat from small mammals moving through the bunch grasses to larger animals such as mule deer, coyotes, and bobcats. Sorry, I got a bit of a delay. Luna Ponds contains a meaningful combination of wetlands, riparian, shrub steppe, and dryland grass habitats. Although portions of the property have been influenced by historical agricultural practices, the property retains enough habitat diversity, hydrologic features, and native vegetation to provide long-term conservation values. Permanent protection would allow these systems to be managed for the continuation of priority habitat species and retention of priority habitats. Distribution is particularly important for both native plant communities and migratory wildlife in Klickitat County. Remaining native shrub steppe and grassland communities are increasingly fragmented. Protecting properties like Luna Ponds helps retain native plant communities in places where they're becoming less continuous and less widely distributed. That habitat also has value for Klickitat mule deer herds, which are particularly migratory and move between seasonal ranges across the landscape. As mule deer populations decline, maintaining the corridors and stopover habitats they rely on has become increasingly important. So the question here is, why does WDFW ownership specifically matter? Without acquisition, habitat management can easily become divided between ownerships. Public access is dependent on continued participation in the private lands program, and invasive species management could be more difficult to control. With acquisition, there is one landowner responsible for the property. Acquisition isn't just about protecting the habitat today, but gives us the ability to manage the habitat consistently into the future. Species significance. Luna Pond supports a diverse wildlife community associated with various habitat types. Birds documented or observed around the property include mountain chickadees, Lewis's woodpeckers, white-breasted nuthatches, western bluebirds, northern flickers, and western meadowlarks. Raptors include golden and bald eagles, red-tailed hawks, great horned owls, and turkey vultures. The property also supports game birds and provides habitat used by mammals, including mule deer, bobcats, and coyotes. The important point is that this diversity is tied directly to the habitat mosaic located on the property. Luna Ponds also supports species and habitat types identified as conservation priorities. Golden eagles use the open landscape around the property for foraging, and bald eagles use the site as a wintering roost. The property also provides the combination of open water, riparian vegetation, and mature trees that can benefit little brown bats by providing access to drinking and foraging habitat. Luna Ponds also supports PHS designated game species, including wild turkey, chukar, and ringneck pheasants. These species depend on the combination of open uplands, grasslands, shrub steppe, and edge habitat found across the property. Maintaining these habitats provides both forage and cover and supports game populations within the broader Klickitat landscape. These values are consistent with the conservation priorities identified through Washington's SWAP and Priority Habitat Species Framework. The 2025 DFW SWAP identified a number of native vegetation systems as conservation priorities, and native vegetation communities mapped around the Goldendale area include habitat types classified as G3 or vulnerable at the global scale. Native vegetation systems mapped in this region that are particularly relevant are Intermountain Basin, Big Sagebrush Steppe, and Columbia Basin Foothill and Canyon Dry Grassland. Currently, the primary land uses that alter the natural processes of these systems are associated with livestock practices, annual non-native species invasions, fire regime alterations, direct soil disturbance, and fragmentation. That vegetation diversity also translates directly to wildlife values. These habitats provide forage and cover, nesting and foraging habitat for shrub steppe birds, and plant and insect resources that support the broader food web. Shrub steppe is one of the most vulnerable ecosystems in Washington, and the surrounding landscape is subject to a range of land use pressures and changing uses. As land ownership and land use change, opportunities to maintain intact shrub steppe and wetland habitats have become increasingly limited. Permanent ownership gives DFW greater control over how the property is managed and allows future land use decisions to remain centered on wildlife habitat and ecological function. It also provides flexibility to respond to changing conditions, whether those involve invasive species, wildfire, grazing, recreation, water management, or other uses that may affect habitat quality. The wildlife community at Luna Ponds also contributes to ecosystem function. Insectivorous birds help regulate insect populations. Ground foraging birds contribute to soil disturbance and seed movement. Woodpeckers create cavities that are later used by other birds, mammals, and bats. Raptors help regulate prey populations, while turkey vultures contribute to nutrient cycling by consuming carrion. These are examples of how conserving the habitat supports not only individual species, but the ecological processes that connect them. Manageability and viability. The primary threat is not a single imminent development proposal. The larger concern is the loss of management control if the property changes ownership. A willing seller means there is currently an opportunity to acquire the property for conservation. Without acquisition, another landowner could manage the property primarily for agriculture, grazing, development, or other uses that could restrict public access. There are also existing management concerns, such as invasive species and activities such as dumping. Permanent WDFW ownership would allow these issues to be addressed as part of an integrated management program. The property is accessible, partially fenced, and has established access points and WDFW signage. This provides a practical implementation of restoration and management activities. That could include integrated invasive species management using appropriate combinations of herbicide, mechanical treatment, mowing, weed removal, and native seed collection or planting. Prescribed fire may also be an appropriate tool where conditions and planning support this use. The important point is that acquisition provides the management framework and long-term access necessary for those decisions based on habitat objectives rather than short-term land uses. After acquisition, management could include continued wildlife and vegetation monitoring, invasive species surveys and treatment, maintenance of access and infrastructure, and monitoring of public use. The goal would be to establish baseline conditions and then track whether management is maintaining or improving those conditions over time. Luna Ponds is part of a larger conservation landscape. The surrounding area includes WDFW, DNR, state parks, BLM, Columbia Land Trust, Yakama Nation lands, and private agricultural and grazing lands. That context is important because Luna ponds can function as protected habitat blocks within a much larger working landscape. Back to this map that shows the broader landscape relationship. The value of Luna ponds increases because it is not an isolated conservation island. It adds to an existing network of protected and working lands and helps maintain movement throughout the landscape. There is no proposed conservation easement. Acquisition would provide WDFW with full ownership and therefore the ability to manage the property directly in response to changing habitat conditions. The project aligns with the state conservation framework, including PHS and the SWAP, which identify the ecological values and conservation needs present across the landscape. Existing state and regulatory frameworks provide additional protections for wetlands, critical areas, water resources, and other sensitive habitat. These requirements can limit or condition activities that would adversely affect natural resources. Acquisition would add this missing layer of protection, permanent public ownership and direct management authority, allowing DFW to make land use and habitat management decisions based on wildlife conservation objectives. Washington Atlas mapping identifies the property's wetland/natural resource values and places them within a broader state level framework for recognizing and managing natural areas. Being mapped or identified as a natural area does not by itself guarantee permanent protection from changes in ownership, land use, or management. Klickitat County, or the property is currently zoned by Klickitat County for extensive agriculture, allowing low intensity agricultural uses. This zoning is compatible with some conservation practices, but it does not establish wildlife habitat as a permanent land use purpose. I want to clarify the role of livestock grazing because grazing in this region can be an important working land use and a source of community support. There is currently no proposal to graze Luna ponds. However, DFW policy allows managed livestock grazing to be used in habitat management as a habitat management tool when it supports ecological objectives. If grazing were to be considered, it would be site-specific and objective-driven rather than production-based. Any grazing would be subordinate to wildlife habitat goals, species protection, and long-term restoration objectives. That could include controlled timing, intensity, and the location of grazing, excluding sensitive wetland and riparian areas, and monitoring vegetation response. In other words, grazing would only be used if it provided a demonstrated habitat benefit. Partnerships and community support. Goldendale and the surrounding communities have a strong connection to public lands, hunting, and outdoor recreation. Luna Ponds is close to town and easily accessible from the Bickleton Highway, making it an opportunity to provide meaningful public access to protect habitat close to where people live. The property could provide local residents with opportunities to hunt, observe wildlife, and develop a stronger connection to a conserved landscape in their own community. Pheasant releases would be one practical way to build that connection. Where consistent with habitat management objectives, pheasant releases could provide a tangible recreation opportunity that brings local hunters onto the property and gives the community a direct reason to engage with the wildlife area. Regular use can also help build familiarity with the property, strengthen relationships between DFW and local users, and demonstrate the public value of maintaining the property as wildlife area. Luna Ponds also fits within the work of regional conservation organizations that are focused on shrub steppe, riparian habitat, wildlife, and land stewardship. Organizations such as Columbia Land Trust, the Nature Conservancy, and regional Audubon partners bring expertise and conservation capacity to the broader landscape. Expanding DFW's ownership can increase coordinating landscape scale conservation planning, habitat monitoring, technical expertise, and potential future conservation projects on adjacent or nearby lands. Public benefit. Acquisition would secure public access to Luna Ponds, transitioning the property from access provided through DFW's private lands program to a publicly owned wildlife area. This provides greater certainty that the property will remain available for hunting and other wildlife-dependent recreation over the long term. Public ownership would also provide a more durable opportunity to accommodate tribal treaty rights and traditional resource uses, consistent with applicable treaties, laws, and DFW policies. Hunting is one of the most obvious recreational benefits, but it is not the only one. The property can also support wildlife viewing, birding, hiking, photography, and other forms of passive recreation. Because Luna Ponds is relatively close to Goldendale and does not require access into steep canyon terrain, it also has potential value for people who may have more difficulty accessing remote or rugged public lands. This makes this an opportunity to broaden access to wildlife areas for people of different ages and abilities. Public ownership also maintains opportunities for resources use that are tied to wildlife and cultural values. This includes hunting and tribal treaty rights, including access to traditional foods where applicable. Permanent ownership provides certainty that these opportunities will continue to be considered within the long-term management of the property. Acquisition would also create a long-term site for monitoring and applied research. DFW could establish baseline vegetation and wildlife conditions and evaluate how those conditions respond to management. There are also opportunities to work with programs such as Rare Care through the University of Washington to identify and monitor rare plant communities. Luna Ponds protects a visible wetland shrub steppe landscape characteristic of the Eastern Columbia Gorge and the Klickitat Valley transition zone. These open landscapes are part of the regional character of the Goldendale Plateau. Protecting them maintains not only ecological values, but also the sense of place associated with the agricultural and wildland interface of Klickitat County. The ecosystem services provided by Luna Ponds are closely tied to the habitat mosaic. Wetlands provide water, seasonal wildlife habitat, water filtration, and hydrologic storage. Perennial grasses and other native vegetation stabilize soils and reduce erosion. Deep-rooted vegetation stores carbon in soils and contributes to long-term soil health. These habitats also influence fire behavior and recovery. In a semi-arid landscape, maintaining these functions has value well beyond the property boundary. Ultimately, the question is not whether Luna Ponds has habitat value. It clearly does. The question is whether this is a property where permanent public ownership will make a meaningful difference. To that, I think the answer is yes. Thank you, and I will now open it up for questions.
Thank you, Cassandra, and thank you for the photos that you took time to take. That's very helpful to be able to actually see the property that we're talking about. And we're going to start with Joe.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation and those photos. I don't know, are they attached to the application? Is that what you're referring to, Marguerite? I'll have to go.
Yeah, so like this photo in the presentation, she puts on it. She's at Luna Ponds shooting towards.
I didn't know if there was more there because my questions might be helped by those. I have two questions. I'll get to the first one real quick. The ponds themselves, looking at aerial photographs, I didn't see much in the application about it. Were they excavated? Were they essentially excavated into the wetlands occurring on the site?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
And the second question I had related to kind of the habitat quality, or the quality specifically of, you mentioned shrub steppe being a globally rare ecosystem, which very true. But a lot of times the reason it's also rare is not just because we've lost a lot, but because a lot of what we still have left has been severely degraded and is in poor condition. And so some of the photos I saw look like, I think you mentioned there was invasive species on the site. But also some of the photos suggest that there might be a lack of a lot of bunch grass and other shrubs. I don't know if that's true, so that's one question. But if it is, I'm just curious what the restoration goals would be to restore that globally vulnerable habitat. Because again, that kind of degradation is one reason it is considered globally rare. So thank you.
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, bunch grasses that we saw on site, or just other, we saw there's bitterbrush, there's rabbit brush, there's blue bunch wheatgrass. We saw some Idaho fescue, Sandberg's bluegrass. So, and I tried to have on like the ecological role slide. I didn't point it out really well, but those were like a whole list of native plants that we found on site. So there was Douglas buckwheat, there was different phlox, lupin, snow buckwheat, some willows. And so basically there is definitely a mix of invasive annual grasses that are mixed in with all of that. And there's a lot of teasel, and then there's some thistle. So I feel like we could have some good management strategies because obviously we would manage this sort of under the umbrella of the wildlife area, which would benefit from all the equipment and supplies that we already have on site. We feel really good about the Forbes wildflowers and some of the bunch grasses, that there is a good native seed bank where if we can do some of that weed suppression and sort of focus a little bit on the riparian areas and then maybe do some pre-emergent control, that we have something there to reestablish the seed bank, as opposed to some of the other areas of the wildlife area which just have no seed bank to work with, and then you have a lot more money doing some planting. So, you know, when we did, you know, ground truth the site, we did find a lot of good staple native plants that are associated with the ecosystems. And so I just think that if we were able to stay on top of the weed control, that we could definitely bring those populations back, and we could do that in sort of a really easy to monitor and tangible way.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Other questions or comments? Cassandra, when you were talking about research and education, it sounded like you started to talk about what might happen. What I don't know is if you've built those relationships with those universities or those groups who might be using this site for research.
Yeah, so Rare Care is probably the biggest, most intensive research that we have, or monitoring that we have on the wildlife area. They do a ton of monitoring on the other parcels that are already part of the wildlife area, predominantly our Soda Springs unit, because it's just very well known for having great rare plant populations. And so they reach out to me several times a year and ask for if we have new acquisitions and new properties to go out and do that monitoring. So once we acquired the property, we would basically be able to trigger that and have those folks go out and check those on a pretty regular basis, and then they provide that information. We also have pretty regularly researchers that will contact me that will be like, hey, we saw this, you know, pine beetle or something at this northern extent, or this, you know, pest on this property, or we want to look for it. And then I've been working with those folks to basically just, you know, fast track those access permits and those permissions. And so, I mean, anytime a research opportunity also comes up, you know, we work really well with those folks to get them on the property. So we would start with Rare Care, and then as things were identified, we definitely would reach out for more opportunities.
Thank you. And Heather has a question or comment, and then I think Joe has another question.
Yeah, my question was similar, and just in terms of the existing relationships. You mentioned quite a few organizations that are aligned with the project goals. Do you already, are those considered actual partners? Do they know about the project and support it, and they're already involved, or you're cultivating those relationships because of the alignment of the goals?
Yes, I mean, I work a lot with Columbia Land Trust just as part of the East Cascado Partnership. We do a lot of like visiting each other's properties, kind of comparing notes, you know, sharing, especially with like rush skeleton weed, which is like one of our big things in the area. And so those are active partnerships where we will just go where we have shared property boundaries, and we'll share resources and do weed control. And then, like I said, kind of talk about our greater management strategies. A lot of really good stuff has come out of that. One recent example is going out post Burgoyne fire and looking at some of the landscape. It came up working with Oregon Forestry Group to come up with sort of like wildfire resiliency guide that we created for the wildlife area, which is like to share with partners ahead of a wildfire, identifying resources, not only natural resources, infrastructure, any of that, and being really proactive with those approaches. So it's kind of like this little think tank of all these regional partners. I've also been approached by Audubon Society at some of the conservation district meetings out in Bickleton and made those connections. We work well with Yakima Nation in our Simcoe unit, opening that up for them to do their treaty, you know, for their cultural foods, first foods, and going into that area, which is normally non-motorized. And we have a great partnership with getting those folks in there. So there's a lot of meaningful partnerships that I think that would just easily transition into doing that on Luna Ponds.
And go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, going back to the your response to Marguerite about rare care, I know that we work I'm with the Heritage Program. We work very closely with rare care, and they specifically, at least for us, and generally monitor rare species populations. So I'm curious because I don't think we have a record of a rare plant in this area. Have you guys documented something and that's what they would go out and monitor, or were you suggesting they would go out and actually just look to see if there's anything rare present? I was just curious about what their role was at the site.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, it definitely would be so like we have some regional relationships with some of the folks that work with rare care, like Paul Schlichter is one of them, and he has been coming out to this area forever. And so if we were able to utilize some of those partnerships with some of our rare plant people to go out and do this initial monitoring, because we've kind of helped with that too with some of the like rare buttercups and stuff, where we found them on properties and then we've sent rare care there. So if we can started our initial monitoring and found some populations that were sensitive, then we would try to bring those folks in. But I also just feel like with our local partnerships with those folks, where I just run into them a couple times a year and we always talk, if I was like, hey, we have this new property, like let's go walk around and get some more eyes on it. I just know that there would be that interest and there are those relationships to kind of help us while we're doing all of our other management strategies, kind of like get our eyes on the ground, and then we can just kind of put more effort there where it's appropriate. No, we don't have anything on that property that we've currently mapped, since it's just part of our private lands program. We're really only there for pheasant releases and to, pick up trash and try to keep the property nice and work well with the landowner. But I'm interested in those opportunities, especially if we're going to do an herbicide control on any of the grass, invasive grasses. That would be like a really important part before we did that control to make sure that none of those were there.
Thank you.
Any last questions or comments? Thank you, Cassandra. Much appreciated.
Thank you so much,
We
everyone.
hope to share the results with you at the end of the month.
Sounds great. Thank you so much.
Team members, believe it or not, you have just finished half of your day. So I am going to encourage you to turn your cameras off, your microphones off, and go take a quick lunch break because we start up again at 1 o'clock. So enjoy your break.
has cleared the tower. Every 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Welcome back, everybody. Did you have a nice little break? It was short. Oh, it's good to see folks that made it back. Well, hello, Daniel. You are up next. Are you all ready? Does this presentation look like it's what you're supposed to be doing? Awesome. So I am going to turn the remote control over to you. I'm going to set it out of my way so I don't mess with it. Now, why don't you double click, see if you have control? Good job. And you might want to use your arrow keys to go back. And then it helps you to see the delay. Team members, welcome back. I am setting my trusty little timer. So Daniel, you may begin.
Hey, hello everybody. Thank you for having me. My name is Daniel Zekin. I manage water access areas for the Department of Fish and Wildlife out of Spokane. Today I will be talking about Downs Lake.
So
Downs
Daniel,
Lake is, sorry?
before you go, one of the questions that the team members wanted to ask is, have your projects been impacted by the fires?
No, thankfully my projects have not been impacted, and I'm fortunate that none of the lands that I manage have, and my home also and my family are thankfully safe. So I'm very grateful for all of that.
Thank you, because that's going to be the question in everybody's mind. So I wanted to get rid of it. So now they can focus on your presentation. So that's good news.
I really appreciate that.
You may begin.
All righty. So as I said, my name is Daniel Zekin, and I'm here to talk to you about Downs Lake today. Downs Lake is an approximately 406-acre lake in southwest Spokane County. It's about 40 miles away from Spokane, a 45-minute drive from downtown, and it's highlighted by the red dot in this map. DFW is applying for this grant to acquire 2 parcels on the lake for a total of approximately 277 acres of mixed shrub steppe, upland, lake, seasonal ponds, and riparian lands with about a mile of shoreline to Downs Lake itself. To the east is Miller Ranch, a hunting club which offers opportunities on their lands for a variety of small game species. Surrounding the rest of the property is private land used for agriculture, primarily cattle grazing. Acquisition of this land presents Fish and Wildlife with an opportunity to protect and improve the existing shrub steppe habitat found in an area primarily used for cattle grazing. This land provides excellent habitat for a wide range of common and critical species and would provide DFW another opportunity for maintenance and recovery of the diminishing population of Columbian sharp-tailed grouse, which is a state-listed endangered species. Current efforts by DFW to protect this critical species are ongoing in neighboring counties. This property, again highlighted by the red circle in the center of the map, would become a unit of the Swanson Lakes Wildlife Area, which is located to the northwest of Downs Lake, about a 40-mile trip for a crow and a little bit over an hour for a vehicle. Amongst the shrub steppe is approximately 5 acres of partially developed land, which includes a vehicle gate, gravel driveway, fences, and a camping and recreation area. Included in the partially developed area are primitive boat launches, which provide access to the water for a wide range of vessels. Anglers visiting Downs Lake can expect successful harvest of several different species of fish, the ever-popular rainbow trout, along with common game species found in other lakes, such as bass and crappie. This area provides a great opportunity for hunters. With over a mile of shoreline, there is plenty of opportunity for blinds, with several around the lake already. The numerous ponds, not to mention the lake itself, make this a desirable location for migrating waterfowl. The upland shrub steppe provides great habitat for species such as dove, quail, and pheasant. Future potential opportunities include big game harvested with muzzleloader or archery. Surveys and a management plan post-acquisition would clearly define which opportunities are supported or restricted, consulting with biologists on the impacts hunting activities and the associated equipment have on the ecosystem. Unfortunately, none of that is possible now. The land is private. Surveys and planning, including fish stocking by DFW, are not prioritized on private land that is gated and closed to public access. DFW is pursuing this grant to purchase the land, reopen it to the public, and reestablish the long enjoyed recreational opportunity on the lake, which is secondary to surveys and habitat work, which would include concentrated efforts to protect and preserve the critical shrub steppe habitat into perpetuity. Habitat impact. The riparian and shrub steppe ecosystems, both of which dominate the landscape at Downs Lake, provide excellent and necessary opportunities for an incredibly diverse range of species, which require those habitats, either independently or concurrently, to thrive. Spokane County encompasses approximately 1.1 million acres. About 572,000 acres of that is farmland, which is roughly half the land in Spokane County. Farmland does not provide adequate habitat or protection for these critical species, which translates to no protection in over half of the county for the variety of species that need the habitat found at Downs Lake to thrive. Spokane County encompasses roughly 90,000 acres, or 8% of the total land in Spokane County, is public land. This graphic from RCO shows that out of 8% of the public land in Spokane County, only 2% of that land is managed for habitat. Between private property development and agriculture, there's not much opportunity left for habitat protection in Spokane County. Acquisition of this land would provide a small recreational opportunity, which is already established, accounting for between 2 to 5% of the total 277 acres. The remaining acreage would then be focused on habitat management. After DFW acquires this land, it will be included as a unit of the Swanson Lakes Wildlife Area, which spans over 20,000 acres in Lincoln County, and it was acquired in the mid-90s through the Bonneville Power Administration's efforts to mitigate the impact their development had on wildlife and habitats, primarily the Columbian sharp-tailed grouse. While the proximity of this land in relation to Swanson Lakes may raise questions, wildlife area units are commonly found throughout the state, oftentimes with great distances between the units and the main body of the wildlife area. Our staff are well versed in managing the lands with seemingly large distances in between. A great example is outlined on this map. Revere Wildlife Area is to the south, Chapman Lake is to the east, and Audubon Lake to the north. All of those are units of Swanson Lakes. Downs Lake would become another unit located directly in the middle of the current management range of Swanson Lakes. Revere Wildlife Area, located to the south of Downs Lake, is a 2,400 acre area consisting of grassland, shrub steppe, and scabland terrain. Very similar to Downs Lake. Staff are already well versed and experienced in managing and improving these critical habitats. Acquisition of Downs Lake would add to the suite of protected shrub steppe ecosystems DFW currently manages in eastern Washington. After acquisition, our efforts would be focused on improving the existing habitats. Restoration efforts may include eradication of noxious weed populations through a detailed integrated pest management plan, followed by restoration with plantings and seeding. Though noxious weeds are present, site surveys by DFW staff show minimal infestation of weeds, nothing that is not currently found on all of the other lands in Spokane County. This is encouraging to staff, suggesting controlling the existing weeds would require minimal future investment. With the equipment and experience already on hand, staff can begin implementing the integrated pest management plan as soon as the ink dries on the sale. This land already has excellent shrub steppe habitat and other types of habitat. It's in prime condition for improvements compared to other lands which require extensive investments towards restoration. Small efforts over the course of several years with a variety of projects aimed to reintroduce native species will elevate the existing conditions into an even more suitable habitat for wildlife. Projects such as fence repairs, weed control, and native plantings are all routinely implemented by experienced WDFW staff all across the state. Species significance. Eastern Washington shrub steppe has suffered severe habitat loss over the years. Between livestock grazing and agriculture, historic range over 12 million acres has shrunk to roughly 4 million, about 1/3 of its former extent. That is demonstrated by this comparison map with the historic habitat and range outlined by yellow and dark brown. The loss of this critical habitat has been felt by a wide variety of species, many of which could be found at Downs Lake. Others which may be absent from the landscape, might never have the opportunity to return unless the land is protected into perpetuity by this acquisition. Species like the Columbian sharp-tailed grouse, the greater sage grouse, the pygmy rabbit, Washington ground squirrel, mule deer, and the ferruginous hawk, to name a few. The Columbia sharp-tailed grouse and greater sage grouse, oh my goodness, both of which are state endangered species, are not the only species which would benefit from having this land acquired by the state and protected into perpetuity. There are several other species of greatest conservation need which require the habitat at Downs Lake to thrive. Mule deer inhabit diverse habitats with mixed vegetation and abundant shrubs, preferring meals of sagebrush, bitterbrush, and serviceberry, all of which grow well in the shrub steppe and riparian ecosystems at Downs Lake and currently scatter the landscape. Smaller mammals, such as the white-tailed jackrabbit, a state candidate species, may currently occupy the land. The Washington ground squirrel also prefers this type of habitat. Another small animal of great concern is the pygmy rabbit, which requires sagebrush ecosystems for sustainable populations. Acquiring this land will present DFW with the opportunity for in-depth surveys and perhaps partnerships with other agencies or nearby colleges. These surveys may well determine that species such as the jackrabbit are indeed found on the landscape. Without robust populations of small ground species, birds of prey would not be able to survive. The state endangered ferruginous hawk prefers shrub steppe habitat. Other predatory bird species utilizing this diverse shrub steppe and riparian habitats include the bald eagle, the great blue heron, and the federal candidate burrowing owl, as well as the peregrine falcon. As mentioned before, property surveys have been limited due to the land being private and currently closed. While some species, such as the ferruginous hawk and bald eagle, have been observed, there may be no current populations of burrowing owls found on site. Acquisition of this land would allow DFW to prioritize surveys and begin implementing habitat protection and improvements for these currently undocumented critical species, and perhaps even future reintroductions. Several of the previously mentioned predatory birds prefer aquatic prey. Downs Lake provides with over 400 acres. This lake provides a mix of open water and cover by way of shoreline, brush, and water-based plants. Rainbow trout are present in the lake. DFW has a history of stocking this lake with the very popular fish species, and with acquisition of the land, DFW's fish program will ensure the lake is managed well and remains stocked with plenty of fish to harvest. While the planted trout are primarily for the benefit of the public, they are also enjoyed by bald eagle and osprey, which are plentiful in the area. Other species of fish present in the lake include largemouth bass, yellow perch, black crappie, and brown bullhead, all of which are common species of fish found throughout the region. Future surveys by our fish program may reveal other species which have yet to be documented. The ever-present lake provides significant habitat benefits, as do the numerous ponds that can be found scattered across the landscape. Acquisition of this land will provide DFW the opportunity for detailed surveys to determine not only viability of habitat for critical species, such as the state candidate species Columbia spotted frog, but could result in detection of species already present on the landscape. The ponds and lake are attractive to migratory and resident waterfowl and birds. The western and Clark's grebe are both state candidates species and utilize the ecosystems found at Downs Lake. Common species of waterfowl, such as mallard and Canadian geese, are seen throughout the year. Smaller birds, such as the state candidate sage thrasher and sagebrush sparrow, require these ecosystems to thrive. The shrub steppe and riparian ecosystems provide plenty of forage and cover for insects and vertebrates, especially pollinators like bumblebees. Also found growing throughout the county is showy milkweed, a plant crucial to the survival of the federal candidate monarch butterfly. Showy milkweed grows readily along the roadsides throughout the county, especially in the southern reaches where Downs Lake is located. DFW staff are experienced in identifying the plant and actively work towards protecting areas where the plant is growing and expanding the established growth areas through landscape maintenance. Acquisition of large tract of land such as Downs Lake would provide a fantastic opportunity for future efforts of providing a protected area for this plant to thrive. This table outlines the numerous species that are currently associated with or require shrub steppe habitat to thrive. The very same qualities that make this property desirable for the flora and fauna is exactly why this is such an important acquisition for DFW. Our mission, in short, is to preserve, protect, and perpetuate ecosystems while providing sustainable recreational opportunities. Acquisition of Downs Lake would allow DFW to reopen the historic recreational opportunity, the lake provides for anglers and hunters, as well as campers with the already established small recreational area. The other 250 plus acres of land may provide hunters a limited recreational opportunity, but would be primarily for habitat protection and improvements for several of the species listed on this table. Management and viability. Oftentimes, with acquisition of land comes efforts to restore the ecosystem. Since this land is not currently grazed or used for agriculture, it has been allowed to exist in its natural state, free from the destruction associated with farming. With only 5 acres of partial development, over 98% of the land at Downs Lake is in a natural state of existence. Over 250 acres of land is attractive for a variety of reasons. Having shoreline makes it even more so. The land could easily become another ag field, providing rangeland for cattle with a ready source of water, or purchased and privatized to profit off the existing habitat, which already provides a great recreational opportunity. While DFW is also interested in providing recreation, our agency would not do so at the expense of critical habitat protection and improvement, a major distinction between this public agency and a private landowner. After acquiring this land, it would be included as a unit of the Swanson Lakes Wildlife Area, with staff whose specialty is shrub steppe ecosystems. Management would be minimal to begin with because it doesn't need to be more involved due to the great condition of the lands, focusing efforts on treating noxious weeds. Eradication or control of noxious weeds would allow native plants a better opportunity for growth and expansion. And while some noxious weeds do provide an ecological benefit, especially to pollinators, efforts of eradication would not be one-sided. Part of the integrated pest management plan includes restoration, which means noxious weed control is followed by plantings of native species. Due to its proximity to other DFW lands, routine work at this recreational area will easily fold into the existing DFW water access area maintenance. Staff currently drive past the entrance to Downs Lake every week during routine service of other properties. This map highlights the existing water access areas with blue dots, with the red dot in the center defining Downs Lake. Routine service being managed by water access staff would include regular check-ins on the partially developed rec area to perform noxious weed control, litter patrols, vegetation management, lands maintenance, including road grading and fence repair. Water access staff would partner with wildlife area staff for larger management projects, such as perimeter fencing repairs and maintenance, integrated pest management for noxious weed control, and habitat improvements. All of these projects are currently being funded and managed by equipment that we have on hand. As it stands, the property is ready to accept the public as soon as the acquisition is completed due to the partially developed recreational area, though some vegetation control may be required due to the lands being closed. Minor projects are intended to bring the property into DFW standards, which would minimally impact the public. Projects include demolition of the few existing structures located on site and improving the fence with wildlife area fencing. Currently, there's approximately 9,000 linear feet of perimeter fencing surrounding the property. Retrofitting existing fencing will offer significant cost savings toward the conversion of wildlife-friendly fencing rather than building a new fence from scratch. Future plans to improve the recreational experience may include improvements to the boarding floats and the boat launch area and installing a public restroom, projects which are regularly funded through RCO grant applications similar to this one. Partnerships and community support. The sale of the land to DFW is supported by the majority of the Thule Land Trust. The Land Trust is the group that currently owns the land at Downs Lake, which DFW is trying to acquire. It is made up of a group of individuals who each have a stake in ownership of the parcels, several of which have voiced their excitement towards DFW acquiring and managing the land for the public. The individuals who make up the Land Trust are all outdoor enthusiasts and waterfowl hunters. Acquisition of this land by DFW would alleviate the burden of owning and managing public lands off the Land Trust while still allowing them the same opportunity to protect the lands and provide a recreational opportunity which led to them investing in the property in the first place, except now into perpetuity by an agency which is well equipped and has a track record of successfully managing public lands for recreation and habitat protection. The closure of this land has been felt strongly by the public, with countless calls asking why the property is closed and when they can expect it to reopen. I personally field several of these calls due to my position as water access manager. The Inland Northwest Land Conservancy, a highly valued partner to DFW and staunch supporter of public lands, has also expressed their support towards our acquisition of this property. We currently have a well-established relationship with INLC at another Swanson Lakes Wildlife Area unit at Waikiki Springs. This existing partnership provides an opportunity for future collaboration at Downs Lake. With Pullman about an hour and a half away, this location has the potential for a beneficial partnership between DFW and Washington State University, perhaps even supporting graduate level work. Our agency already works well with WSU Extension, who provides biological noxious weed control as well as guidance on a variety of noxious weed species and control methods. Closer to Downs Lake by an hour is Eastern Washington University, which presents another opportunity for DFW to partner with local students and faculty on research and conservation-minded projects. It is with utmost certainty that I can say the countless species of plants and animals that make their home in the shrub steppe and riparian habitats at Downs Lake are also in support of DFW acquiring this property, with many of them actively participating in propagating the ecosystem already. Acquiring this land means WDFW will be keeping it open to the public. Having year-round access to recreation through fishing, hunting, wildlife viewing, and camping will positively impact the local communities surrounding the property when the public stop before or after their outings. This acquisition stands to showcase DFW's ability to not only provide an excellent recreational opportunity nearby major population areas, but also protect and manage critical habitat, all on the same property. Public benefits. While acquisition of this land is being done with ecosystem protection and improvements in mind, the public stand to directly benefit from the sale to DFW. This property has long served a multi-generational recreational opportunity by way of fishing and waterfowl hunting. Due to the land being privately owned and currently closed, that opportunity has disappeared overnight, and the generations of public who have regularly recreated on this lake no longer have that opportunity. Members of the public have been fishing and recreating out here for generations, with the primary goal of acquiring this property is to protect over 250 acres of critical shrub steppe. The secondary goal of providing a recreational opportunity is also part of my agency's mission, something which is a small but powerful driving force behind this acquisition. If DFW does not purchase this land, somebody will. Future ownership of the land is uncertain, and there runs a serious risk of this land becoming privatized like the thousands of acres surrounding it. DFW stands to prevent the destruction and loss of critical shrub steppe habitat and the opportunity to continue providing a generational recreational opportunity. But without acquisition of this land, who knows what the future of Downs Lake will be. I would like to thank you for all of your time today, and I would be happy to try to answer any questions that you may have.
Great timing. Questions and comments from the team? So the team doesn't have any, but I have one.
I have a question too.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Daniel, for your presentation. I was just wondering about the ecological quality and composition of the lake, especially the part that you're aiming to acquire and manage. Are there any studies of what's in the lake besides the largemouth bass and the trout, and any species of concern or significance, and how the largemouth bass and trout would affect them?
To my knowledge, we don't have a very extensive survey that's been done on this lake. Anything that has been done many, many years ago, and likely would need a current survey to really answer that question fully. All of our information we have is based off of fish program as well as public interaction, them talking about what sort of fish they harvest, as well as the composition of the fish species in this lake compared to similar lakes. And that's part of the reason why this acquisition is important for us, because this is such a large lake. There may be some critical species of fish in the waters that we just don't know about yet. Future site surveys may well inform our decision to withdraw from stocking trout to focus efforts towards conservation on those other fish species. It's really hard to answer that question without access to the lake.
Thank you.
So Dan, I think that's saying that currently there is no public access at any place along the lake.
That is correct, yes.
And then you spoke about a variety of boating access sites on this lake. Are these just private sites where they have a motorized launch here, kayak, canoe launch?
Yeah,
You were meaning.
I think that I may have confused that a little bit. Our department has several water access areas in the county that we service within a half an hour drive of Downs Lake. So on this lake itself, there are no other accesses. There are no other boat launches except at this property. But our agency does have several other boat launches on different lakes in the area.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Yes.
And then the organization that you're purchasing the property from, what's their goal and purpose? It sounded like they've owned the land for a little while. And I
Yes,
didn't know if it was a conservation organization, if it's a hunting club, what?
It's a little bit of both. I've had the opportunity to speak to some of the members of the Thule Land Trust, and they're just citizens of the state. They're all like-minded. They're interested in conservation. They're very conservation-minded. But to put it simply, they're just normal people. They don't necessarily have associations with other agencies, not directly, just indirectly, like in this instance, trying to sell the property to us. So conservation-minded members of the public who have banded together to purchase a large tract of land to provide an opportunity for the public that they also themselves have enjoyed.
And then do they own other conservation areas?
Not that I'm aware of. I'm only aware of this one that they have.
Thank you. Other questions or comments from the team?
I have one more question, if I may.
Go
So I have a
ahead.
follow-up question about the stocking of the lake. So if there is no access, how do you stock the largemouth bass and the trout? And has it been historically done? And that's why it's being done without a prior environmental assessment?
Yeah, so stocking and providing the recreational opportunity for rainbow trout has been something that our agency has done for many years. As soon as the gate was closed, our agency stopped stocking the lake, and we only stock rainbow trout. The bass are just growing naturally in the lake. Our agency, it's important for us that the funding that we put forth to raising the trout and stocking them are then able to be harvested by the public. Since this gate was closed, that's why our fish program has not stocked the lake, and it's been going on. I think this is the second year now that the gate's been closed.
Other questions or comments? Jeff, did you have a question?
Yes, I'm curious if you could tell us how close this is to the Columbia Plateau Trail, and if there's any plans or thoughts about connecting to that, providing, let's say, a campground for the travelers on that cross-state trail.
Man, plans, no, but that's a super cool idea. The Plateau Trail is, I want to say, maybe 5 minutes down the road from Downs Lake. It's very close by, and Fish and Wildlife, we actually manage some other properties up at Amber Lake. The trail travels right through our property there, and our agency partners with Washington State Parks to provide a parking area as well as restroom facilities. So doing something similar, either providing a camping opportunity close by for people recreating on that trail or other bathroom facilities they may use. I love the idea of collaborating with state parks again to see if we can't connect this land to that trail. That's so cool.
Thank you.
And Heather.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. I just wanted to get clarity on your species list. There was a number of species listed, and you said some were unknown, but some said present all properties. Does that include this property, or was that? I was I was not totally sure if that was because you haven't had a chance to completely survey it. I just wanted some clarity on what's been confirmed on site or what's been confirmed at some of the wider wildlife area.
Yeah, I don't really have much information other than what I know from my colleagues that I've picked up at other wildlife areas. So all of my comments were directed towards Downs Lake. And a lot of the observations we have are, again, from historical information. I myself have spent a significant amount of time when I was able, before the gates were closed, just walking around the landscape, taking a look and seeing what I can see. So some of those species I was able to identify. Other ones, like I could not get a good look at the rabbit. There's some type of rabbit running around. I don't know which type. So there may or may not be on the landscape. I know there is some sort. And that's, again, why these surveys are important. And myself, I'm not a biologist. So getting somebody that has more experience actually identifying these is very important.
Thank you.
Any last questions or comments? Go ahead, Misha.
So I just have it might be a silly question. Are there ways to do the surveys when there is no public access? Is it possible to ask private landowners to allow access into the lake to do a survey ahead of time, or just of the parcel to understand what the ecological significance would be of a parcel?
Yeah, there absolutely is. Our agency partners with members of the public who we can offer very minor training to help with surveys. Partnering with private landowners and getting that permission is something we absolutely can do. Part of the issue we run into, especially currently, is funding. We try to focus our funding on lands that are available to the public or lands that we are able to fund projects on. So surveys on land that's kind of up in the air are not always prioritized and can be kind of hard to find the funding and find the staff to focus on that.
Thank you.
Dan, thank you very much. We will hopefully be able to share the results with you by the end of the month.
Looking forward to it.
Stay safe.
Thank you very much. And I want to offer good luck to my colleague, Sidra Blake, who I see is up next.
There you go.
Thank you guys very much.
How are you? So don't forget to unmute yourself. See, it gives me a chance to just chat with you for just a second.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So I am going to do my best to take my little mouse the right direction, which I never seem to do. There I go. And I'm going to give controls to you. I'm going to put the mouse back there. And so now I'm going to ask you to double click. Make sure you have control.
I do. This is great.
I know, controlling things here in Olympia. All right, I'm going to reset my clock so you can have your full measure of time. And
I don't see the arrows that I saw last time to advance the slide. Is that?
I see them. Yep, you just touched
that
one.
here?
Yes.
Okay.
Or you
so
can
that's where
just
I'm-
use, and you can also use the left-right arrows on your keyboard.
Okay, last time it didn't work that way.
Try it. That's why I said double click to make sure you, now see, can you go back?
Yep.
There you go.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you for helping me with that. Last time I had a problem with that, so.
You're
Well,
all
great.
good. You
Oh,
may begin.
I'll get started. Well, good afternoon. My name is Sidra Blake. I'm the Wildlife Area Manager at Swanson Lakes. I spent the last 2 decades of my career in shrub steppe conservation across the West, but today I'm here to talk about wildlife and the people of Washington. I'm here to advocate for, sorry about that. I want to thank you for your time today and this wonderful opportunity. We should get that mouse out of the way, shouldn't we? Too fast. The scope of the Swanson Lakes additions is to secure 440 acres of critical habitat. Critical habitats consist of 425 acres of shrub steppe, 8 acres of spring-fed perennial lakes, with 6 acres of ephemeral associated wet meadows and aspen-dominated riparian habitat. The best route to accomplish habitat and species protections is to maintain management connectivity and habitat integrity. Purchase will prevent infrastructure and agricultural development among these properties. Finally, we want to capitalize on a unique and urgent opportunity of willing and interested sellers. It must be said that the properties contain existing state endangered Columbia sharp-tailed grouse and federally threatened Spalding catchfly, which would directly benefit from the project. Both species have designated recovery zones with ongoing active monitoring programs. There are a host of other special status species that occupy the properties that include migratory and resident species. The Swanson Lakes additions are made up of 2 properties. Both properties are nestled among an expansive block of 53,000 acres of contiguous public land ownership by BLM, DNR, and Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife Land. Both properties share boundaries with the Swanson Lakes Wildlife Area in its eastern Washington region. These properties are approximately 12 to 20 miles south of Creston, Washington. Lone Pine is an inholding of 320 acres surrounded fully by public land, including 1.5 miles along BLM and 1.5 miles along Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife Land. Seven Springs comprises of approximately 120 acres, sharing its eastern boundary with the wildlife area. In the Columbia Plateau, at least 80% of shrub steppe has been lost to development and agriculture. Little shrub steppe remains. The shrub steppe that does persist has habitat degradation and fragmentation, leaving even less high-quality shrub steppe today. For sharp-tailed grouse in the Columbia Plateau, they occupy a mere 3% of their former range. The Swanson Lakes Recovery Zone contains the most isolated population of sharp-tailed grouse, denoted as the red star. The recovery zone is centered across the greater Swanson Lakes wildlife area. Because of the isolation of this dwindling population, maintaining and improving existing footprint through this project is our best mechanism to work towards species recovery. These properties contain imperiled ecosystems that support rich biodiversity, including native bees, coyotes, and badgers, and mule deer, which play their ecological roles of pollinators, consumers, and herbivores. Seven Springs contains high-quality intact shrub steppe habitat. Intermountain Basin Big Sagebrush Steppe, an imperiled vegetation community on the property, hosts many species of special concern among the channeled scablands of eastern Washington. For grouse, the native perennial bunch grasses create desirable structural heterogeneity needed for nesting and predator evasion. Lone Pine contains mesic habitat, including wetland meadows and aspen stringers, which provide both brood rearing and winter grouse habitat. Mesic habitat is particularly rare among eastern Washington channeled scablands, and it's invaluable across the arid shrub steppe because it's used disproportionately to its availability. Riparian winter habitat is a population-limited resource for sharp-tailed grouse. Collectively, the properties contain critical habitat for sharp-tailed grouse across the entire year, including nesting, brood rearing, and winter habitat. The properties have ongoing use by grouse. At the Seven Springs property, in the yellow highlighted region, there is one active lek within 1 mile of the property. A lek is where males get together and display to attract mates. Research has indicated 80% of females nest within 1 mile of an active lek. We're confident that grouse nest on Seven Springs. At the Lone Pine property, there are 3 active leks within 3 miles, which is the red dashed outline. Researchers indicate grouse winter within 3 miles of where they lek. It is safe to assume that Lone Pine has wintering grouse. Acquiring these properties is important for species recovery and protection. Despite the modest 440 acres of these properties, they hold a wide variety of species and communities, including plant communities, amphibians, reptiles, birds, insects, and mammals. The prey feed the predators. The plants are host plants for butterflies and larval native wasps. The badgers provide burrows that may be occupied by a rabbit or a rare migrating burrowing owl. The lake and mesic habitat along this property of Lone Pine are invaluable to all the wildlife species that occupy an arid landscape. All wildlife use these wet regions disproportionately more than they're available. Acquisition is our best way to secure and protect these species by maintaining species connectivity, preventing residential development and agricultural conversion, whilst under the resources and regulations that shroud Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife Public Land Management. The project properties are rich in biodiversity, hosting unique species of special status that are all vulnerable to fragmentation and habitat degradation. The properties have the potential to hold 54 special status species, representing federally and state threatened, or state species, state listed species, species of greatest conservation concern, species of greatest information need, priority habitat and species, and sensitive plant communities. Currently, 20 of those species are currently known to occupy these properties. Habitat fragmentation has contributed significantly to the decline of the grouse. Translocation efforts are ongoing from British Columbia and Idaho, which continue to bolster the population. Birds recently translocated from Idaho in 2026 have shown higher release site fidelity than birds translocated from British Columbia. There are plans to pursue additional augmentations to Swanson Lake's recovery area in 2027. The frequency, acreage, and intensity of fires in the last 20 years has increased. While the displacement of birds from burned areas to unburned areas can occur, human-caused wildfire has played a large role in the population decline. The fire was hot and burned off existing shrub cover, revealing in many circumstances, a degraded understory below. Habitat recovery after wildfire takes years, passive and proactive management to get these habitats on the right trajectory to one that's more resilient for future fires. Weed management and annual grass control are critically important in the immediate years after a wildfire. Wildfire risk increases with human presence on the landscape and with infrastructure development. Should these properties be developed, the risk of wildfire and habitat degradation increase across the broader area. Fragmentation is a serious and growing threat to habitat integrity and species persistence. At Seven Springs, the county public road divides the Seven Springs property, creating an increasing curb appeal to multiple hobby farmers. In 2025, the property was one large lot. And then in 2026, Seven Springs was split into 8 20-acre parcels. Occupancy of that ground would directly interfere with protecting these critical habitats. Fragmentation through land development and incompatible management of that property are an existential threat. Palpable threats include risks for wildfire, invasive weeds, increases in domestic and roaming pets, including cats and dogs, noise pollution, artificial inflation of predators, overgrazing by livestock, and trespassing by livestock. At Seven Springs, staff would need to pursue additional funds to conduct habitat restoration of a degraded former 40-acre ag field. Swanson Lakes Wildlife Area is uniquely committed to the recovery of these species due to its operation funding that are tied explicitly to grouse recovery across the 21,000 acres. Additionally, our BLM partners share management goals leading to 53,000 of continuous acres focused on grouse recovery and habitat restoration. Together, the partners have restored 4,000 acres of shrub steppe, which is denoted as the blue crosshatch. Additionally, we coordinate weed management, mitigate fire risks, collaborate on wildfire-friendly fence, and reduce predator perches. The other crosshatch colors that you see there are an indication of our ongoing commitment to species management and recovery across the landscape together. The Greater Swanson Lakes Wildlife Area is, oops, sorry about that. Upon acquisition, these properties would become part of the Swanson Lakes Wildlife Area. The wildlife area has a unique obligation tied to habitat management to benefit grouse populations because funding serves mitigation requirements and is explicitly tied to grouse recovery. The properties are among our existing management footprint at Swanson Lakes Wildlife Area and would not incur significant expense to our existing budget. Staff here specialize in habitat management in the shrub steppe ecosystem. We have the equipment, the knowledge, the passion to manage the land and enhance the habitat for the grouse and other shrub steppe species. The Greater Swanson Lakes Wildlife Area is isolated among Eastern Washington. Nearby land managers, including the Spokane tribes and Colville Confederate tribes, and as expected, the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife Douglas County Wildlife Area actively pursue grouse recovery and shrub steppe habitat restoration. Collectively, these efforts can serve to improve species and habitat connectivity. The sellers are interested in a fee simple acquisition, which is also the best and most viable approach for protecting and securing these properties into the future. To be clear, this indicates that a conservation easement is not a viable option for these sellers. Positive feedback and support for property acquisition includes Lincoln County Commissioners, Spokane tribes. We've received enthusiastic support from the seller, Pheasants Forever, Spokane Audubon Society, and our internal partners in the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, including our shrub steppe restoration coordinator, our shrub steppe species and grouse specialists, recovery and listing biologists, and archaeologists. Swanson Lakes Wildlife Area has impressive internal and external agency partnerships that bring additional habitat management expertise to these properties if rolled up into Swanson Lakes Wildlife Area. Internal Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife support encompasses the pollinator leads, species leads including grouse and northern leopard frogs and pygmy rabbits, shrub steppe restoration, and prescribed burn leads. These nurtured and reliable partners encompass a local and statewide community that continues to evolve to address species, lands, and human needs. Acquiring this land means Department of Fish and Wildlife would open it to the public, having year-round access to recreation through hunting, bird watching, wildlife viewing that will all positively impact the community economically, benefiting a rural agricultural community. Whether that's stopping at a restaurant, a convenience store, for gas or food, purchasing recreational supplies, or finding accommodation in the area. The properties will provide high cultural, economic, and intrinsic value to humans that are increasingly recreating on public lands in search of connecting with the outdoors, with their food and their well-being. We will focus on a healthy, resilient shrub steppe by employing the principles and resources outlined by the Washington Shrub Steppe Restoration and Resiliency Initiative. Their initiative is to conserve and restore shrub steppe wildlife and habitat by addressing extent, frequency, and severity of wildfires. We will use these guiding principles to defend, grow, and connect the high-quality core shrub steppe. We will use both passive and proactive land management tools that actively reduce the severity of future fires by reducing invasive grasses. Compatible tools include prescribed burns, short duration grazing, mechanical and chemical treatments, replanting native perennials. There are species monitoring and research opportunities to study a multitude of species across this landscape. Perhaps more importantly, Swanson Lakes will be increasingly applied collaborative management and shrub steppe that brings in partner agencies and local stakeholders to address habitat management and habitat resiliency needs. The most powerful floods of Earth's history, the Missoula floods, formed the channeled scablands where the properties are located between 14 and 18,000 years ago. Speeds of up to 80 miles per hour water surge to the Columbia Plateau scoured and channelized the landscape, as evident in Lone Pine and evident on Seven Springs here by the ripples you see on the landscape. The Lone Pine property, lake and spring feed into Lake Creek drainage, and that goes into the Crab Creek tributary. Protecting the habitats secures ephemeral wetlands and secures water sources. The perennial plant community structure with microbiotic crust and deep-rooted native plants favor soil stability and good water quality. And with that, thank you for your time and attention, and I can take any questions you have at this time. I hope I can answer them.
Thank you very much. Questions and comments from team members? Sidra, is this an image of the habitat that you're purchasing?
No, it actually is not. This is really close by. It's right on the border of Lincoln and Douglas.
Okay.
It didn't have one of the property that had in the sun with that nice little pink sunshine.
Yes.
But it did reflect a little bit of the riparian habitat and the sagebrush ecosystem that we have, and the Missoula flood effect.
Thank you. I was just wondering about that one. Giving folks an opportunity to see if there's something that pops into your head. Well, thank you very much, Sidra. Appreciate it. I think you must have been pretty clear throughout.
Are you sure? That's okay. I appreciate that. I've got one question.
Right, sorry, a little delay reaction there. I know you talked about leks that were within, very close proximity. When was the last time, or if you are aware of when this site actually had a population of the sharp-tailed grouse?
Oh, there's one here now.
Okay, there is a popular case. It's not just in the neighboring areas. Okay, I was just wanting some clarification on that. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate the question because I had to be careful about the information I put since this is publicly broadcast on there of the locations.
Understood. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments or thoughts? Well, thank you very much for taking time to come and present. We look forward to sharing the results with you by the end of the month.
All right, great. Well, thank you so much for your time, everybody. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Team members, you have earned yourself a break. We try not to stress you out too much. So if you want to take a few minutes to get away from your computer screen, you are more than welcome to do that. Our next project presentation is at 2:10.
Margaret, are we gonna have any time at the end for a little debrief, or after the last presentation, we're just gonna sign off?
No, we usually try to make sure we have a little bit of time at the end of critical habitat to do a bird debrief. So at the end of today, if folks want to chat for a couple minutes, you can. See, we kind of build it into our schedule. So when the last one is finished, and then we also will have time tomorrow at the end of the critical habitat before we move into urban wildlife.
Yeah, that sounds great. Because I have some questions, that would be great to have a few minutes to just discuss them. Thank
Okay,
you.
sounds good.
Hey, Marguerite, got a quick question for you. Do you have the schedule for tomorrow, like this one that you're showing right now?
I'm going to pop down here and pull it up so you can actually see it. They label our folders so we don't get them mixed up too badly.
Yeah.
So I'm going to the 12th. And we have 2 critical habitat projects. And I'll show you that schedule for tomorrow. So that's the critical habitat one. So one at 9. And then the other one at 9:30. And then we go into urban wildlife. So do you want that schedule?
Yeah, if that's possible, that would be great.
Absolutely.
Marguerite, I just sent that to her in the chat.
Okay, awesome.
That would be great, thank you.
Look at that. My team members are so on it. Hi, Brandon.
Hello, how are you? Can you hear me okay?
We hear you just fine. Coming
Perfect.
nice and clear.
Okay.
Is Francis helping you today?
He is not. We had us both on there just in case. There's been some wildfires in the area, so I've been a little wrapped up, but I was able to free up today, and I'm really excited to be here and have an opportunity to present to you all.
Well, great. Well, we'll give everybody just a couple more seconds to get in the room. In the meantime, I'm going to switch the mouse controls over to you. And my recommendation is that, yep. And then why don't you use your arrow keys to go back? Good deal.
Okay.
I am resetting my clock. And when you are ready, you may begin.
Okay, I'll jump right into this. Good afternoon. I'm Brandon Troyer, the Region 2 Assistant Wildlife Program Manager. I'm here to present the Big Buck Critical Habitat Project, an acquisition in Okanogan County that puts 3 levels of WWRP conservation strategy to work in a single targeted purchase. The Big Buck project is an inholding to the Big Buck unit of the Methow Wildlife Area in Okanogan County, which is in WDFW's North Central region. The property lies approximately 3 miles northwest of Twisp and 4 miles south of Winthrop. And the proposed project includes 118.65 acres and 3 parcels and is easily accessed from the Twisp River Road via Frost Road. And you can see surrounded by the entire Big Buck unit right there. So quick project introduction. WDFW's Big Buck project adjoins existing agency lands in the central low elevation of the Methow Valley with habitats dominated by shrub steppe, riparian, and dry conifer forest. The project consists of 118 acres of aquatic, shrub steppe, and agricultural lands surrounded by the 5,200-acre Big Buck unit of the Methow Wildlife Area near Twisp, Washington. This acquisition would secure private inholding, improve management efficiency, prevent habitat fragmentation, and permanently protect and expand mule deer spring and winter range within a regionally significant wildlife corridor. The primary habitat in the area is shrub steppe, complemented by riparian and aquatic features that enhance ecological function, water resources, and overall biodiversity. Some of the priority species benefiting from this project include migratory mule deer that rely on the area for both winter and early spring range, state endangered gray wolves, and golden eagles supported by open landscapes. Goals of the project include protecting critical habitats, strengthening a priority biodiversity corridor, and improving landscape connectivity for a wide range of native species. The project also eliminates future risk of residential development in a prized open space area, while simultaneously increasing management efficiency and expanding public access for hunting, fishing, hiking, biking, equestrian, and wildlife viewing, to name a few. Okay, on to habitat impact. Landscape significance. The Big Buck is a private inholding sitting in the middle of the Big Buck unit, land of exceptional habitat value, since the surrounding shrub steppe supports critical year-round range for the state's largest migratory mule deer herd. Under the Washington Shrub Steppe Restoration and Resiliency Initiative's spatial framework, this is a defend the core, grow the core, and connect the core acquisition, securing intact, high-quality habitat before it's lost, rather than restoring it after the fact. Ecological role. Connecting this land to the wildlife area secures a critical north-south migratory corridor, supporting mule deer as they seasonally travel to and from their summer ranges. Healthy mule deer populations are vital to supporting various carnivore species, and the recreational opportunities they provide are an important aspect of the local economy. That connectivity matters beyond mule deer. Connected landscapes allow wildlife to move in response to seasonal needs, disturbance, changing environmental conditions, and climate. This is WWRP's Connect the Core principle applied directly on the ground. Connected landscapes are essential to maintaining biodiversity, ecosystem resilience, and the ability of wildlife to adapt to changing conditions. So if we acquire this property, we're not just protecting 118 acres, we're protecting a piece of functioning landscape. Adequacy. Big Buck Lake is 23 acres embedded within the broader shrub steppe landscape and provides important localized habitat, diversity, in an otherwise dry upland dominated system. The lake supports a variety of waterfowl and is renowned for its rainbow trout, contributing to both aquatic biodiversity and recreational fishing. Its ecological role is amplified by the surrounding shrub steppe, which provides nesting, foraging, and cover habitat for a wide range of wildlife species, while simultaneously protecting shrub steppe, one of Washington's most imperiled habitats. This rare combination of open water habitat within the shrub steppe increases overall habitat adequacy and ecological function in a region where aquatic resources are limited and highly valuable. Protection of this site is important due to its strategic location within the central part of the Big Buck unit, enhancing habitat connectivity and securing a valuable multi-species resource. Acquiring this land in the heart of the Big Buck unit not only improves landscape connectivity, it also reduces future human disturbance, particularly during the winter months when wildlife such as mule deer are the most vulnerable. Acquisition importance. The property contains an irrigated agricultural field, which provides diversity within a predominantly shrub steppe landscape. Irrigated fields in this setting offer foraging opportunities for a variety of wildlife, including waterfowl, upland birds, raptors, and ungulates. When managed in a wildlife-compatible manner, these areas contribute to the landscape by creating seasonal food resources that increase habitat carrying capacity while supporting a movement and feeding transitions between upland, riparian, and aquatic systems. Retention and conservation of these working lands also helps maintain the rural character of the valley while supporting wildlife. This is a good example of why the whole landscape matters. The ecological value isn't simply the lake, the field, or the shrub steppe individually. It is the interaction between them. On to species significance. The Big Buck property supports a diverse assemblage of wildlife because of the mosaic of habitat types. It includes shrub steppe, aquatic, riparian, agricultural, and dry conifer habitats, and those habitats support multiple species of greatest conservation need, priority species, and species with state and federal conservation status. The new State Wildlife Action Plan is particularly relevant here. The SWAP is intended to improve the pace and scale of conservation, guide limited conservation funding, and provide conservation recommendations at the site, landscape, and statewide scales. It also emphasizes proactive conservation, protecting species and habitats before they become more difficult and expensive to recover. The Big Buck is exactly that type of proactive conservation opportunity. Special status. Mule deer are a foundational and key species for this acquisition. The low elevation shrub steppe and agricultural habitats provide important winter and early spring range. Migratory corridors and winter habitat is a limiting factor for mule deer in this region, and mule deer don't exist in isolation. They are foundational prey species for predators throughout the Methow Valley, including gray wolves, which are state endangered. Maintaining a healthy mule deer population and the connected habitats they depend on therefore has implications throughout the food web. Golden eagles and other raptors also benefit from these open landscapes, where healthy prey populations and unobstructed hunting areas provide important foraging opportunities. The shrub steppe also provides critical habitat for pollinators, such as monarch butterflies and western bumblebees, while the forested habitats support western gray squirrel recovery. Vulnerability. Many species present are vulnerable to habitat loss and fragmentation, which reduce connectivity and functional habitat availability across eastern Washington. The Washington Shrub Steppe Restoration and Resiliency Initiative estimates that up to 80% of Washington's shrub steppe landscape has been lost or degraded. That makes remaining intact landscapes increasingly important. Big Buck Lake also provides an important conservation benefit because there are no non-native or aquatic invasive fish species currently present in the lake. It also provides diversity by providing aquatic habitat for waterfowl, fish, and an array of other wildlife species. Protecting the property allows us to maintain that existing ecological condition rather than trying to restore it after degradation has occurred. Ecosystem impact. That's where I think the project really comes together. The Big Buck acquisition maintains connectivity, supports predator-prey relationships, protects aquatic and terrestrial habitat, and preserves a diverse habitat mosaic. The shrub steppe itself is classified as imperiled, or S2, by the Washington Natural Heritage Program, and WWRP gives us a very useful framework for thinking about this acquisition and why it matters. Its strategic approach is defend the core, grow the core, connect the core. WWRP specifically identifies protection of high-quality habitat from threats such as development and conversion as a priority, while emphasizing the need to maintain open linkages between habitat cores so wildlife can move across the landscape. Big Buck is fundamentally a defend and connect project. We're defending an intact shrub steppe landscape from development, and we're connecting it to an already protected wildlife area complex, while future restoration may provide opportunities to grow the core as well. All right, on to manageability and viability. So threat. The property's location in central Methow Valley makes it highly vulnerable to rural residential development and incremental land use change. Although smaller in size, single-family residences can significantly reduce habitat effectiveness through increased disturbance, invasive species introduction, and fragmentation of available habitat. Residential development may also increase wildlife disturbance and predation from pets such as dogs, increased spread of noxious weeds, and potential disease transmission of native wildlife. These impacts extend beyond individual parcel boundaries, cumulatively reducing habitat quality across the broader landscape. This is why acquisition is important now. It is much more cost-effective to protect functioning habitat before it is fragmented than to attempt restoration after development has occurred. This is also consistent with the proactive conservation philosophy of both the SWAP and WWRP. Immediacy of threat. These two maps illustrate why the threat matters at a statewide scale. On the left is the historic extent of shrub steppe habitat in Washington. On the right is the current extent. The contraction is stark. Shrub steppe has been reduced to a fraction of its original footprint through agricultural conversion, development, and fragmentation. Every acre we can secure and connect to an existing protected core, like we're proposing here, works directly against that historic trend line. Shrub steppe is one of Washington's most diverse ecosystems, and it provides habitat for species found nowhere else in the state. And to put those maps into context, it's estimated that 80% of historic shrub steppe has been lost or degraded, which again highlights the importance of this Big Buck acquisition project. All right, restoration management and stewardship. In addition, development increases wildland fire risk and complicates response priorities, as suppression efforts are often redirected to protect structures and infrastructure rather than maintaining natural fire regimes. Acquisition by WWRP would prevent these impacts, promote conservation management, and maintain intact habitat function within an already established wildlife area. WWRP would wrap management of this site into the surrounding area, and the property would be included in the 9V decision package for ongoing operation, maintenance of a newly acquired land. Ongoing operation and maintenance activities at the Big Buck in the future would include things like general monitoring of plants and wildlife, supportive enforcement, weed control, and habitat management, as well as recreation management. There's also an important operational advantage here. We don't have to create a new management island, we're eliminating one. That improves management efficiency and allows the agency to manage habitat based on ecological boundaries rather than ownership boundaries. That concept fits very well with the 25-year strategic plan, which calls for proactively addressing conservation challenges, engaging communities through recreation and stewardship, delivering science-informed management, and modeling operational and environmental excellence. Nearby lands. The property is completely surrounded by the Big Buck unit. Immediately adjacent to it is 5,200-acre block of WWW managed land, and beyond that are additional public land and private lands that contribute to the broader Methow Valley conservation landscape. This acquisition, therefore, has an impact disproportionate to its size. It strengthens an existing conservation block rather than creating an isolated protected parcel. Just outside that boundary, you can see the extent of nearby development, underscoring why securing this inholding matters now. Conservation, easement, regulatory protections, livestock grazing. Landowner isn't interested in a conservation easement at this time, so fee acquisition is the path forward. For context, WWW manages this landscape under three converging strategies. The 25-year strategic plan's commitment to a restored connected network of resilient habitats, the State Wildlife Action Plan's emphasis on proactive multi-species conservation before species become rare, and specific to this property, the Washington Shrub Step Restoration and Resiliency Initiative's Defend, Grow, Connect the Core framework. Big Buck is a direct on-the-ground example of all three working together. There is grazing on adjacent WFW lands. Therefore, small sections of this property may be grazed under WFW's conservative grazing management guidelines. That's not set in stone, but I want to put it out there that there could be a possibility, particularly under some extreme circumstances like we're seeing right now with emergency wildfires, where sometimes we do emergency pastures for operators who have lost pretty much all of their grazing lands. Partnership and community support. Engagement and partners. The adjacent Big Buck unit is managed under established WFW plans developed with public input, and this acquisition would be incorporated into that evolving framework, ensuring consistent community-supported stewardship. This project also fits within a larger conservation effort. The State Wildlife Action Plan was developed through extensive engagement with tribes, agencies, conservation organizations, technical experts, and the public. WWRP was similarly developed as a collaborative effort involving WWW, DNR, Conservation Commission, tribes, and a broad stakeholder advisory group representing people who live, work, and recreate in Washington's Shrub Step. We have also received letters of support of this acquisition from Conservation Northwest, Okanagan Land Trust, U.S. Forest Service, and the Methow Conservancy, as well as verbal support from Okanagan County Commissioners. And there's an important economic component. Hunting, fishing, wildlife viewing, and other wildlife-related recreation contribute significantly to rural economies in north central Washington. So conservation here isn't separate from the community. It is part of the community's economy and quality of life. Public benefit. The public benefits are substantial. Acquisition provides permanent public ownership and expands opportunities for hunting, fishing, wildlife viewing, hiking, biking, and horseback riding, to name a few. Big Buck Lake adds a particularly valuable recreational component through its rainbow trout fishery and waterfowl use. This also supports WDFW's broader strategic goal of connecting people with memorable outdoor experiences and encouraging stewardship of fish, wildlife, and their habitats. Highly noteworthy, the Big Buck unit is also a recreational oasis for surrounding communities such as Twisp and Winthrop. This property provides gateway access to the heart of recreation in this area, making this property a highly strategic and important acquisition that supports ongoing public access to tourists and the local communities. The site also provides an excellent opportunity for environmental education. The combination of shrub step, an isolated lake, agricultural lands, and surrounding forests provides an accessible example of how these systems interact. WDFW already encourages local schools and community members to use wildlife areas as outdoor classrooms. Interpretive infrastructure can help visitors understand shrub step, ecology, wildlife, fire, water resources, and responsible recreation. Finally, the landscape itself is an important public benefit. Visitors experience open shrub step hillsides, montane conifer forests, and the unusual presence of a lake embedded within this dry landscape. And these aren't simply scenic features. The valley and water sources create natural movement pathways for mule deer, particularly during spring, fall, and winter. Protecting those landscape features protects both what people come to experience and the ecological processes that make the experience possible. To summarize, the Big Buck is a relatively small acquisition with a very large landscape effect. It protects an intact 118.65 acre inholding surrounded by 5,200 acres of existing WFW land. It protects critical mule deer spring and winter range. It maintains habitat for wolves, raptors, waterfowl, fish, and other priority species. It protects a rare combination of shrub steppe, aquatic, riparian, and agricultural habitats. Perhaps most importantly, it prevents future fragmentation and maintains connectivity within an already functioning wildlife landscape. The project is also a very practical example of how we're implementing WDFW's larger conservation strategy. The 25-year strategic plan calls for resilient habitats that connect ecosystems across the landscape. The State Wildlife Action Plan calls for proactive conservation at the site and landscape scales. And WWRP tells us to defend, grow, and connect the remaining core of Washington's shrub steppe. Big Buck allows us to do all three. We're not trying to recreate a landscape after it's been lost. We're protecting a functioning landscape, but we still have the opportunity to do so. Thank you. I'm available for any questions you might have.
Questions and comments from team members? And we'll start with you, Kevin.
Thank you. I might have asked about this when we did the technical review and don't remember your answer from then if I did. I have a note that I was going to ask it, but I don't remember. You mentioned, I think, about irrigation, and you kind of went over that a little fast for me to grasp. So there's some existing irrigation for something. So A, what would that be? And that you would continue using that for something else, to just enhance the project or something. And I was just wondering if you could elaborate on that or go into a little more detail.
Yeah, so we have a big working lands initiative, right? So we're coming in, we're often buying active farms like this property here. Actually, the photo we're looking at is the irrigated field adjacent to the lake. The lake itself is where the water is drawn from. The lake was actually created for that exact reason many, many decades ago by the original families that owned the property. I believe it was actually the Frost family. Locally, it's known as Frost Lake. Big Buck Lake is what you see on the maps. So there is irrigation. It has been irrigated. But under our management, we take a much more conservative approach, right, to whether it's grazing or farming. Water resources are extremely valuable in these ecosystems. So it's there, that's beneficial if we want to continue irrigated farming, which that is a big part of the economy as well. And it's part of the community character of the Methow Valley. It is something we would like to support when feasible. But also the beauty of that irrigation is if we were to decide to transition some of those fields or all of those fields back to shrub steppe to do restoration work, which is something we commonly do, if you have water, you have a really good chance of actually making that happen. That is the limiting factor. You can do everything right one year and get no result if you don't have water. The next year you do the exact same thing, and if the spring is good, the snowpack was good, you might have decent results. But when you can actually utilize irrigation water, your odds are highly, highly successful.
Great clarification. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Misha.
Thank you, Brennan, for your presentation. I also have a question about the lake. You mentioned fish, and I was wondering about the fish composition besides the trout, and if there are any studies about the aquatic insects and aquatic plants that are ecologically important to this area in particular.
Yeah, so because of the lake being predominantly under private ownership, we haven't done any studies on the exact aquatic life or the insects in the area. It is an intact lake. You can see around it, there's really quality, intact riparian habitat right on the edges. So that's a positive sign. It is managed as a trout fishery. So the department stocks the lake with rainbow trout every year. And so that's been ongoing for a long, long time, which is a really, really important fishery because the reality is salmon runs, steelhead runs, particularly in the Methow Valley, are extremely limited and oftentimes they're not open anymore. So there's a big emphasis on some of these warmer water lakes
where they can grow trout, just catchable trout, stock them every year. So there's a recreational trout fishery, and it's a very popular one, particularly early. There's a few deep holes out there that we know of to where trout do pretty well at holding over from the previous year. So there's an ability for some trout to put a little bit of size on. But other than that, we've done no exact aquatic studies on the area to know more about the plant life in there. Under acquisition, that's one of the first things we would do. This is, water resources are super, super valuable. So we want to know what's out there. We want to know what we can do. I don't know of any milfoil or anything because I've worked in this area for a long time. I don't think there's really any aquatic weeds that need immediate addressing, which is a good thing.
So if it's a private lake, why are you stocking the fish there? Is there public access to that lake?
Yeah, there's public access to the lake. So a very small corner of the lake, actually right where I'm standing, where I took this photo, you're standing on a public end of the lake. So the public can use the whole lake. That's part of the deal. So even though it's under private ownership, the way it was structured during the sale back in the 70s, the lake itself, the public can boat in and fish in. And that's part of the deal is why we stock and manage the fishery in it.
Thank you.
And we'll go to Heather and then Joe.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. I have a couple questions here. One is related, again, back to the agriculture and the water. Would that be managed by WDFW, or would that be through a partner or the community? Would that be, I'm just wondering about that management. And have there been, or do you anticipate any issues with ecological or hydrological, impact from the demands of agriculture continuing on the site? And then I have another question, which is kind of related to this project, but I'm just wondering about any poaching prevention on properties such as this. Is that part of your management activities?
Okay, so I'll start with number one. The agriculture would be managed by us, typically via a sharecropper. We would administer a farming lease, but with our guidelines, all of our protocols. So we would be able to dictate how much water is used and when it's used, what types of crops are grown, all of those things. So we're already making some shifts in the Met Howe Valley with some current agricultural leases because of sensitive wildlife in the area. We don't necessarily want something that's good, super thirsty crop. Sometimes we're looking for crops that maybe don't use as much water. The good sign is this area has been watered for a long, long time, and it's never negatively impacted the lake levels. Because of the topography, this gets all the snow melt and it recharges extremely well every single year. The second question, can you ask that one more time? So it was who's running it, and then
Oh yeah, I think you answered the part about the water and the ag. The other part was about has poaching been an issue on some of these lands, and is that part of your management activities?
Yes,
prevention.
Poaching is always a concern. It is not a big issue in this area because of the proximity, I think, to Twisp. There's homes on the bottom ends of these things. So we don't see a lot of poaching. This isn't an area. There's a lot of recreation. So there's a lot of just human presence in the area. There's some of the most popular recreational trails in the Met Howe Valley are on the Big Buck. They have to cross through this property to get to it. That's why it's really critical for the community. So we don't see a lot of poaching, but that's what we have law enforcement for. That is like their number one thing is monitoring fisheries and monitoring hunting and looking for poaching.
Thank you.
And let's do Joe and then Mary.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. Going back to the lake, I think this may relate to Misha's question about species composition, but it looks to me, and looking at it, it looks like a reservoir rather than a natural lake. And I was wondering if you could confirm whether that's the case or if it was a natural lake that has been, impounded and water levels raised. Because you mentioned the riparian vegetation along the edge, and I look at it and it's a pretty stark and abrupt transition, which typically indicates, along with just kind of the morphology of the lake, that it looks like an impoundment. And so I was just curious if that's a correct interpretation or if it is indeed a natural lake.
Yeah, no, you're spot on. This was a man-made feature probably back in the 60s. Directly to support farming activities, directly to capture water for irrigation purposes. So it is man-made. Actually, right where I'm standing is a dam a spillway that we manage, the department manages, that we just put a lot of money into to rebuild, to protect all the downstream homes from this area. So the lake has seen a lot of improvements, but that's how it was originally created. It's resulted in a heck of a lot of good habitat, particularly in this dry ecosystem. If you want to see diversity of waterfowl, if you like to photograph waterfowl, this is one of the best spots in the valley that you can do that.
All right, thank you.
And we'll go to Mary.
Hi, Brandon. Thank you for your presentation today. I just have a quick question. I know this area is the traditional territories of the Methow people, and I'm wondering if any talks have been with them regarding, I saw a few plant species that would be of interest to them, if any talks had begun with them regarding root digging in this area.
Yes, great question. So we consult with the Confederate Colville tribes the whole step along the way as we look at even acquiring these. So there has been consultations that have already been had. I personally have had direct communications with the Methow descendants on various topics like recreation. I've told them anytime they want to dig on traditional lands, anything they want to do on traditional lands, that we are going to work with them 100% of the time and try to make that possible. So I know areas of importance around here, Lewis Butte, Riser Lake. So I've had a direct line of communication. I haven't pitched this one exactly because we don't own it right now. But they've given me a list of areas of interest, and we're going to accommodate that all the time. Yeah, we have a good working relationship and value the Methow descendants. We know there's not a ton left, and the fact that we have the ability to meet with them sometimes when they do their monthly meetings in the Methow has been hugely beneficial.
Thank you so much, Brendan.
Any other questions or comments? Brendan, we are just about out of time. I'm not sure if you know the answer to these two questions, but you have in the cost estimate, there's about $180,000 for demolition.
Mhm.
And I was wondering what structures might be on this site. And then my second question is about fencing. I thought you were purchasing so that you would have all of the property within the wildlife area, but there must be something that's you still don't have. So I wasn't sure what that was. And maybe I need to scroll up to a different map or plan.
Actually, the photo you were on is actually better.
Okay.
The vulnerability one, I believe. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Top left corner, you can see a structure up there. That is the old farm. That's the old house in an old barn.
Okay.
So that's where the demolition would come in. This house has not been lived in decades, right? So it's actually probably beneficial to the county too, because the only reason this is a pretty tough road in the winter. It's not a good winter road. They have to maintain that plowing because there's a residence up there.
Sure.
From a county perspective, they probably like to see that they wouldn't have to do that anymore as well. I don't want to speak for them, but just thinking. And then fencing, yes, there's fencing because this was a kind of an active farm, right? For many years. They used to graze some of it, but they had grazing leases all over. This was just kind of the headquarters. So the fencing component comes in on either maintaining existing fencing, but also probably redrawing the line, removing some of that interior fencing. So, we try to get rid of as much interior fencing as we can. You do need boundaries because there's neighboring cows on all these properties too. So getting rid of interior is a big piece. So it might take some reconstruction of fencing, relocating, but also a lot of removing of derelict fencing.
Okay, that's what I wasn't clear about was when I was trying to figure out when you were talking about buying, and from this, it looked like it was going to be completely surrounded by public land. So that's the reason for me asking the question, well, what fencing do you need to install? Because so either you're demolishing fencing so that's what I was trying to figure out.
Yeah. And there is active grazing around it. So we're going to have to do some brainstorming on what the fencing what would be needed. And because we want to keep cows out of lakes for one, but this is an area we've already determined it's vacant. The grazing lease on our current land is vacant. When it goes back out, we're going to deploy virtual fencing. That allows us to get rid of a lot of interior fencing which again increase that landscape connectivity, which is a huge, huge objective of the Met Hell Wildlife Area right now.
And Heather will ask the last question. Thank you.
Thank you. You may have just answered it with your last comment about the interior type of fencing, but as far as the exterior fencing with what you have, is it possible, affordable to do wildlife friendly fencing, either retrofit on it or replacement? Is that being considered?
That's what we do. So the whole Big Buck got refenced because it burned in 2015, and we replaced all of those boundary fences with wildlife friendly fencing designs.
Great.
And that is our model. And again, we're transitioning to virtual fencing in areas to even eliminate interior fencing as much as possible.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for taking time, spending time with us. And I think you're going to pop back in just a little bit for another project.
You'll see me soon.
All right, then. We're going to switch gears and do our next project, which is Tandem. I'm going to put this one up.
Thank you all.
So Brandon, do not touch the mouse. Okay, thank you. Okay, now you can do whatever you choose.
Okay, there we go. Thank you.
Sorry about that. First often I'm like, why don't I have control? Well, usually I don't have control, but you know, it's always desirable. And Mark, where are you? Oh, there you are. Hi.
Good afternoon.
It's good to see you.
Nice to see you. Long time no see.
I know. It's good that there's a couple of us that are still around, huh?
Yeah, that's for sure.
All right. I'm going to do my best to turn remote control over to you. And now why don't you double click and see if you have control? Good. And then you can use your arrow keys maybe to go back.
Okay, I haven't done that yet. Did you just touch it?
No.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay, back
So just
arrow.
remember there's a slight delay.
Okay.
And then I am going to reset my clock to give you your full measure of time. And when you are ready, you may begin.
All right, let's start. I'd like to begin by introducing myself. My name is Mark Teskey, and I'm a biologist and environmental planner for the Washington State Department of Fish and Wildlife based out of Ellensburg. I've been working in central and eastern Washington for over 30 years. One aspect of my job is to identify and respond to conservation opportunities. The project I'm here to tell you about today is an exciting conservation opportunity. The habitat photos in this presentation are from the property. The amount of shrub steppe in Washington State is a fraction of what occurred here historically. Development and agriculture have converted vast amounts of shrub steppe to other uses. The latest estimate is that we've lost up to 80% of the shrub steppe. Additionally, fire and non-native annual grasses such as cheatgrass and habitat fragmentation are conservation challenges. That is why so many shrub steppe wildlife species are listed and in need of conservation. The importance of shrub steppe for wildlife and the beauty that we can find here is not as widely appreciated as some other habitats. We are striving to change that perception to support conservation. The Tandem Ridge project is approximately 3,451 acres of shrub steppe and riparian habitat in a key location. The optimal time to appreciate shrub steppe is the springtime when the wildflowers abound. In places, the carpet of wildflowers were so thick that I found it difficult to walk, not wanting to trample on them underfoot. The goals and objectives of this proposal are threefold. We are desiring to conserve shrub steppe habitat for wildlife in a strategic location, enhancing and protecting habitat that we already own, where we have already invested. The second goal is connectivity at multiple scales. We want to connect to the Weeness Wildlife Area, since Umtanum Ridge shares a 7.5-mile boundary with the wildlife area. We're also connecting the network of cores and corridors that have been modeled in multiple wildlife habitat connectivity studies. And we want to connect at the landscape scale, where public land patterns and open space still permit movement from Mount Rainier in the alpine zone to the arid shrub steppe. Finally, continuity. This project is in continuity with numerous plans, as I will hopefully demonstrate. We want conservation plans to be implemented, and that's what this proposal will accomplish. The project is primarily shrub steppe, but it also contains riparian habitat and floodplain, supporting species that rely on trees and snags for their life history. It contains a mile of Umtanum Creek and flows into the Yakima River. It is an undammed tributary utilized by listed steelhead. It supports numerous flowering plants, both herbaceous and woody, important for pollinators. The quality of shrub steppe we find here and the absolutely strategic location that it represents is what draws us to this place. In this picture, we can see examples of the 4 chief elements that comprise shrub steppe. The dark brown on the surface in the foreground is biological crust or cryptobiotic crust. We see pink flowering forb. We see bunch grasses, and we can see shrubs. Crust, forbs, bunch grasses, and shrubs. We have all of them here. Now let's dive into the project. The project is located in the east slopes of the Cascades in the central part of Washington State. Zooming in closer, the property depicted here in red is 5 miles southwest of the city of Ellensburg. Here, in this close-up view, we see Umtanum Ridge, proposal in red. It is embedded in the Weenass Wildlife Area, depicted in green. Washington DNR owns the tan parcels. There are more than 7 miles of shared boundary with this proposal and the Weenass Wildlife Area. Category 1, habitat impact. The location of this proposal is identified in numerous conservation plans. The landscape significance of the Umtanum Ridge property is noteworthy. The Greater Sage-Grouse Recovery Plan is the document that governs management of this endangered species. This plan has maps of key locations for conservation of this state endangered grouse. The plan identifies sage-grouse management units, and our Umtanum Ridge proposal is a mapped management unit in the recovery plan. The Washington State Shrub Steppe Restoration and Resiliency Initiative, or WWRP, developed a long-term strategy covering the next 30 years. WWRP is a joint effort between the Conservation Commission, Washington DNR, and WDF&W to conserve shrub steppe across the state. The WWRP document has mapped important conservation locations across the Columbia Plateau. Wet or mesic and dry or xeric shrub steppe locations were mapped. Core areas, connections, and growth opportunity areas were mapped by WWRP. Our Umtanum Ridge proposal is entirely within a mapped core habitat location in WWRP. Protect the core is a WWRP principle. Another conservation effort is the Arid Lands Initiative, or ALI. ALI analyzed the entire Columbia Plateau in Washington State and stretched into Oregon and Idaho. This 3-state analysis yielded a conservation portfolio of core areas and priority linkage areas. The Umtanum Ridge property was included as a priority core area in the ALI Shrub Steppe Conservation Portfolio. The Washington Wildlife Habitat Connectivity Working Group performed 2 analyses. One looked across Washington State and another looked more specifically at the Columbia Plateau. Focal species were selected as representative for lesser known species. High to low vigility species were modeled to determine important core habitat for species. It also identified the most easily navigated movement corridors between core areas. Portions of the Umtanum Ridge property were identified as core habitat or corridor habitat in these studies. The Washington Habitat Connectivity Action Plan, or WWHAP, is a recent wildlife habitat connectivity prioritization effort. WWHAP identified connected landscapes of statewide significance and developed the map you see here. Zooming in on this map and overlaying the Mtanum Ridge property, we see that this proposal contains a portion of the Cascades to Hanford connected landscape of statewide significance. WWRP also looked at the ecosystem cores and corridors. Again, overlaying the Mtanum Ridge polygon, most of the property is Tier 1 core habitat, so it is identified as a high priority in WWRP. The newly developed State Wildlife Action Plan, or SWAP, includes species of greatest conservation need and habitats of greatest conservation need, which factor prominently in this proposal. More to come on the species. Additionally, this latest version of the SWAP also includes rare plants from the Washington Natural Heritage Plan. This basalt daisy are an imperiled plant species endemic to Washington state and found only in a few locations in the state. This picture is not from the property. Basalt daisy are documented downstream of the Mtanum Ridge proposal. Although specific plant surveys weren't conducted on the property, similar soils, habitat, aspect, and elevation occur on the Mtanum Ridge property, and we are hopeful of their presence. Overall, we see a location that is a reoccurring theme in landscape plan after landscape plan, performed by different people and different groups across different years. The Mtanum Ridge proposal, depicted by the red polygon, occurs along a huge swath of mostly public land. It is 85 miles from Mount Rainier to the Columbia River. It spans precipitation zones and elevation zones with 138 inches of annual precip at Mount Rainier to 6 inches of annual precipitation at the Columbia River. In a changing climate, maintaining a permeable landscape and securing conservation of property that supports species and species movement is important. Next, we will discuss ecological role. When considering the ecological role of the property, we're going to emphasize species connectivity from plans. The Washington Wildlife Habitat Connectivity Analysis looked across the state and the Columbia Plateau. Focal species were selected as representatives for lesser known species. High to low mobility species were modeled to determine important core habitats for species and the most easily navigated movement corridors between core areas. Here are some of the results of that connectivity analysis. The property was identified as core habitat for the white-tailed jackrabbit, a species of greatest conservation need, as identified in the State Wildlife Action Plan, or SWAP. The property was identified as core habitat for mule deer, a PHS priority species. The property was identified as core habitat for badger, a species of greatest conservation need from the SWAP. The property was identified as the least cost movement corridor for rattlesnake. The least cost corridor is the best route for a species to move through based on the species' ability, habitat preference, and obstacles such as roadways. The Mtanum Ridge property is a connectivity corridor and affords access to the core habitat in red to the east along the Yakima River. The property is year-round habitat and winter range for elk, a priority species in PHS. It is mapped as core habitat in the statewide connectivity analysis. The property is identified as containing core habitat for bighorn sheep, a priority species in PHS. Conservation near and adjacent to core habitat helps ensure the integrity of core habitat or core connectivity habitat. Finally, the ecological role as winter range for ungulates is important here. Bitterbrush and bunch grass are winter forage when deep snows force migration from high elevation locations. The adequacy of the location for the species we're focusing on is strong. The adjoining Weenass Wildlife Area and the context of protected lands for conservation in the landscape all contribute to the adequacy of the location for our target species. The distribution and range of one of the species we're focusing on, the greater sage grouse, includes the Mtanum Ridge property. Their abundance is low, and as such, they are listed as endangered in this state. This property falls within a management unit for the grouse in the recovery plan. The core use areas for the population is just east of the property. This is a landscape species that relies on large expanses to meet its needs. Conserving this acreage in this context implements actions specified in the greater sage grouse recovery plan. Habitat acquisition is the most effective means of conserving the diversity of species we find on this proposal. There are no good examples of captive breeding that we are aware of to emulate. Regulatory protection is already in place with the species being listed, but usually listing comes when a population is already severely compromised. Next, we move to Section 2, Species Significance. The reptile diversity here is noteworthy. The rocky terrain, particularly in the Untanem Creek Canyon, supports numerous snake species. This pygmy short-horned lizard stopped long enough on the property for me to get a quick picture. Golden eagle, a species of greatest conservation need, nests just off the property and forages on and around the property. The ringneck snake, a species of greatest conservation need, is found on the property. Next is vulnerability, the population, condition, rarity, and or taxonomic distinctness of target wildlife species. With respect to taxonomic distinctiveness, the project site supports golden eagles, a taxon with only one species in North America. Genetic research with single nucleotide polymorphism, or SNP, has shown the greater sage grouse in north central Washington are the most distinct of any studied population of greater sage grouse in North America. In fact, the genetic distinctiveness of sage grouse in Washington suggests that their populations were not connected with sage grouse in adjacent states at any time during and since the last ice age. The greater sage grouse is listed as an endangered species by the state of Washington. The definition of endangered is seriously threatened with extinction throughout all or a significant portion of its range. The next section is ecosystem impact. I'm going to highlight the Lewis's woodpecker. It is a primary cavity nesting excavator. The cottonwood snags along Untanem Creek and the scattered conifers on the canyon slopes have cavities excavated in them by this species of greatest conservation need. This woodpecker nests in these cavities, and these cavities can persist for years and support numerous other bird and bat species and meet their life history needs. The badger, another species of greatest conservation need, digs burrows, and they are utilized by species that do not have the capability to excavate the ground but require burrows, such as the white-tailed jackrabbit. The Lewis's woodpecker and the badger have an outsized impact on ecosystem function. Next, we have manageability and viability.
And you have about 5 minutes left.
I'm in good shape, thank you. The primary threats to the property are from development. Since the area is 5 miles from Ellensburg, the likelihood of development is great. This adjacent gravel mine is just one example. This residential development is adjacent to the property. This type of scattered development and ranchettes would be possible due to the gentle terrain that characterizes much of the Untanem Ridge property. Confined livestock with ranchettes would alter the habitat features found on the property. So close to town with views of the Stewart Mountains, this location is extremely vulnerable to home and ranchette development. Wind and solar are also threats to this location. Regarding restoration and management, there are no immediate restoration plans. Some weed spraying in spots along road margins would likely occur. Some old derelict barbed wire fence segments are on the ground that may need to be rolled up and removed. The stewardship plan we envision would be to incorporate the property into the Weenass Wildlife Area and use that wildlife management plan. Pittman Robertson or PRR funding and partnerships would be some of the ways that the work identified in the management plan would be funded and accomplished. Next, we look at nearby lands. The property is bordered by 7.5 miles of the existing Weenass Wildlife Area. There is an obvious efficiency associated with this location where work is already being done. A manager and staff are in place, and a headquarters and equipment are in place. The landowner approached WDF&W and wants to see a conservation outcome. They are no longer local and want to sell the property in its entirety. A conservation easement would not meet their needs, so we did not pursue that route. Regulatory protections are not protective of the resources we seek to conserve here. In our experience, zoning is not a durable form of protection, and is subject to rapid change. Although the property exhibits a robust grass community, there are no plans to graze the area, and there is no infrastructure in place to do so. Almost all of eastern Washington has a grazing history. The property has not been grazed for many years. The shape of the sagebrush plants and the rich forb community we find here are strong indications of no recent cattle grazing. Section 4, partnerships and community support. We reached out to county government, tribal government, NGOs, recreation, and conservation organizations. We have letters of support from the entire Kittitas County Board of County Commissioners and the Yakima Nation. We are absolutely thrilled to have received support from Kittitas County and the Yakima Nation. The Yakima Valley chapter of Audubon, Conservation Northwest, the Mule Deer Foundation, the Kittitas County Field and Stream Club, the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, all provided letters of support for the Mantanum Ridge acquisition. We have no known opposition. Public benefits. Photography in the spring is one example of recreation. Recreation will be managed in keeping with the management of the surrounding wildlife area, which currently supports a diverse suite of species. This demonstrates management effectiveness. The biological needs of the target species will inform us as to how, where, and when recreation will occur on this proposal. The recreation opportunities are substantial. This proposal enlarges the existing wildlife area, affording more ground to roam. The quiet and solitude one experiences at this location is surprising, so close to civilization. All these activities are possible here, although currently there is no infrastructure in place. WDF&W has initiated the Weenass Wildlife Area Plan update process, so these activities can be incorporated into the revised plan. The proposal would offer new access to traditional foods and root digging grounds. On the left is bitterroot before it flowers, and on the right is bitterroot in full flower. I've never been to a place that had as much bitterroot as I have seen here. The close proximity to Central Washington University in Ellensburg would make an ideal location for scientific research and education. Field trips for geology and herpetology occur nearby already. This would significantly expand access and opportunity. Landscape features. This proposal would preserve the interesting and unusual biscuit and swale shrub steppe geology that occurs on the property. The biscuits are the mounds of soil that rise above the surrounding surface, also referred to as Mima mounds. These mounds of soil 5 feet high or more sit atop shallow stony soils or lithosols on this property. This view from a drone shows the various configurations of the mounds. I circled one of the mounds here in yellow. Here's an infrared picture from our drone of that same mound. The darker color indicates the cooler temperatures compared to the surrounding surfaces. How these mounds develop is not well understood. Erosion, deposition, frost heave, or seismic activity are some of the theories. One of the ecosystem services we see at this location is pollinator habitat. The profusion of wildflowers here supports a wide variety of pollinators. The place hums with activity. The stunning hunt bumblebee I encountered on the property is just one example. Another pollinator on an Oregon grape shrub along Umtanum Creek, a bumblebee on flowering paintbrush plant. Butterflies and beetles were common on the property as well, attracted to the forbs and flowering shrubs. The intermediate elevation we find here provides nectar for pollinators as they follow the blooming plants during green up from lower elevations to upper elevations. Another ecosystem service provided by this property is Umtanum Creek. This tributary is a cool groundwater-fed tributary, cool in the summer and comparatively warm in the winter. This undammed perennial tributary contributes to the water quality in the Yakima River and provides spawning habitat as well as excellent summer and winter rearing habitat for fish. In conclusion, with so many studies and plans that point to the Umtanum Ridge property, we're convinced that we're focusing on the right location for conservation. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Questions and comments from team members? And we'll start with you, Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Mark, and nice to see you. Some of the photos you were sharing of shrub steppe looks like amazing quality and ecological integrity. And I was curious if those photos are representative of much of the site. Is much of the site in that level of ecological integrity, or are there areas where there are some annual grasses and invasives that are problematic? I was just very impressed with what you shared. Just kind of wondering if, yeah,
Yeah, I
in
mean,
terms.
yeah, it has got a ton of really nice intact shrub steppe. And I was just blown away. You want to get those spring shots. So regarding annual grasses, one of those shots where the grazing shot had no shrub in it, but it had, and there had been a fire in there. So the grass community really came back, but it lacked shrubs, whereas some of the other were showing the shrubs. There are annual grasses because we're in the West here. And particularly along road margins, we're seeing some of that. And so there will be some of those road margins in particular that need some attention, not just from cheatgrass, but the normal list but there's some fantastic shrub steppe in there, and it really characterizes a whole bunch of the property.
Great, thanks. Thank you.
Other questions or comments? I'm going to go right ahead, Misha.
Thank you, Mark, for this presentation. It looks like an amazing property to conserve. I have a question about fires, fire ecology and the shrub steppe. I know nothing about fire ecology on shrub steppe areas. How easily do those areas recover after a fire?
Well, that's a real challenge. We haven't quite a fire season here. I've got quite a bit of smoke here, and I'm a little hoarse from the smoke that we're experiencing. But shrub steppe and fire, when we had a huge, millions and millions of acres, fire is a natural thing, and so you can get areas that burn. But if you have this mosaic, the shrub or the fire isn't so big a deal. But since European colonization, we have the introduction of weeds, and so that's a real challenge. Big sage in particular, like on south-facing slopes, doesn't come back very quickly from fire, whereas a little further north in the shrub steppe zone where there's three-tip sage, that seems to sprout back better from fire. And so depending on the aspect, south aspect spots seem to be slower to respond to fire, whereas north aspect, where there's a bit more topographic shading and precipitation, they do better post-fire, and you'll have nice grasses come back first there. So it's a mixed bag, really, depending on the severity of the fire and what was there beforehand and the aspect and all of that. So fire is something where it's a real challenge in shrub steppe, and so we're trying to up our restoration game as well.
And Heather has a question or comment.
Yes, thank you for your great presentation. Looks like a really amazing property. Kind of going on both Joe and Misha's question, it's a huge, parcel of land, 6,000 acres. Do you have a sense of how much of that is intact shrub steppe with all the features that you mentioned with the cryptobiotic crust and everything, and how much have the invasive grasses that affect fire regimes like sheetgrass been? How much have you seen of that present in the area?
Boy, that's a tough call, like percentage.
I'm sure.
Percentage wise, I mean, it's 3,400 acres, and so
sorry, I didn't mean to say 6,000.
Yeah,
sorry about that.
Yeah, 33,451. It's a huge chunk of ground, and so I've been to big parts of it, and we've flown drone over it. It's a whole bunch of it is the majority of it is intact. It has excellent shrub steppe, and so I hesitate to give percentages, but it's a good area with those features, so many of the good features in a context of an area that has those good features. And so the majority.
Great. That's all I need.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments? Well, thank you very much, Mark. I think you have another presentation to end our day. So,
Really?
yes.
I better look into this.
Yeah, just think about grass flats for a minute.
Yeah, why not? Thank you so much for your time.
Team members, you have earned yourselves a break. Our next project proposal is up at 3:20. Enjoy your break. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. And in particular, welcome back to Brandon, who is going to just run us through one other project. So, Brandon, do you see the right presentation?
That looks correct to me. Let me make sure I've got control here.
No, that's always hard for me to give control, but I did.
Okay. It's a little lag. Let me get back to where we were.
Yes.
There we go. Okay. There's a slight delay this round, so if I'm not quite on the right slide, just feel free to jump in and let me know.
And we are ready when you are.
Okay. Well, again, Brandon Troyer, Assistant Regional Wildlife Program Manager, Region 2 North. This time I'm going to present the Scotch Creek Additions Project. Jump in here. Okay. This project consists of 2 properties totaling approximately 1,464 acres, both immediately adjacent to the Scotch Creek unit of the Scotch Creek Wildlife Area in Okanagan County. Proposed property number 1, the Concanelli Road property, is comprised of 92 acres and lies on the western side of the existing wildlife area, approximately 9 miles from the town of Riverside. Proposed property number 2, the Happy Hill property, is comprised of 1,372 acres, lies on the southern side of the wildlife area unit, approximately 7 miles from the town of Omak. Okay, the first property, the 92-acre Concanelli Road property, can be accessed directly from the Concanelli Highway, 3 miles from downtown Concanelli. The second, larger 1,372-acre Happy Hill property can be easily accessed via Happy Hill and Woodard Roads, which are just off the Concanelli Highway as well, near property 1. Together, these properties provide an opportunity to protect a substantial block of intact shrub steppe and riparian habitat and expand an existing conservation landscape that is already important for mule deer and one of Washington's most imperiled species, the Columbian sharp-tailed grouse. The Scotch Creek Addition project properties are rich in biodiversity, containing critical habitats such as shrub steppe, conifer forests, and aspen and water birch dominated riparian areas. Total project area, again, 1,464 acres, comprised of mostly bunchgrass and shrub steppe communities, but also includes east side riparian habitats, particularly along Scotch Creek. These biologically diverse habitats support an array of species. The project area is also adjacent to large tracts of both DNR and BLM lands to the west and south. State endangered Columbia sharp-tailed grouse would benefit immensely from this project as they currently winter along the riparian corridors, while the adjacent shrub steppe provides the grouse and other obligates valuable foraging opportunities. Many other priority species will benefit from this acquisition, including mule deer, golden eagles, wolves. Goals of the project include protecting various critical wildlife habitats and expanding highly important regional biodiversity corridors, improving movement of species across the landscape. This acquisition protects these lands from future conversions while expanding on wildlife-related recreational opportunities. Most importantly, these habitats provide a combination of breeding, nesting, wintering, foraging, and movement habitat for a diverse assemblage of wildlife. Now on to habitat impacts. Landscape significance. These properties provide critical habitat supporting the state endangered sharp-tailed grouse, as well as migratory mule deer. And the Okanagan County holds some of the highest mule deer populations in the state. The combination of shrub steppe and eastside riparian habitat provides a critical seasonal range for both species, and the interconnected landscape here enhances seasonal movement across their full range. Additionally, this project is dominated by shrub steppe ecosystems, an iconic western landscape that is also one of the most imperiled ecosystems in Washington, worthy of protection via WWW acquisition. Ecological role. Healthy mule deer populations matter well beyond the fence line. They support regional recreational economies and sustain predator-prey dynamics across the ecosystem. This acquisition significantly increases available shrub steppe habitat for mule deer and other obligate species, while the water birch and aspen-dominated riparian corridors provides essential wintering habitat for sharp-tailed grouse. Sharp-tailed grouse also need large connected landscapes containing a heterogeneous mix of grasses, forbs, and shrub cover. They use different portions of that landscape for lekking, nesting, brood rearing, and winter foraging. That means the value of Scotch Creek isn't simply that it contains good habitat. It contains habitat in the right place and at a scale that matters to a species whose primary recovery problems are habitat loss, fragmentation, and population isolation. Adequacy. Numerous other obligate species would also benefit from this acquisition, including both sagebrush sparrows and burrowing owls. These properties, coupled with the existing Scotch Creek unit, which they would be a part of, have many seasonal habitats suited to supporting many state-listed species. The smaller Concanelli Road property is already a critical wintering area for sharp-tailed grouse, while the larger Happy Hill property provides a large tract of shrub steppe, riparian, and forested habitats that create an interconnected conservation landscape with neighboring public lands. Distribution and range. The size of this property and what it adds to the wildlife area, along with mule deer, an impressive variety of game species also depend on this biodiverse corridor of lands, such as white-tailed deer, cougars, bobcat, black bear, coyote, as well as game birds, including California quail, Hungarian partridge, dusky grouse, and ruffed grouse. These large tracts of connected habitats are vital to cross-movement patterns for wide-ranging wildlife, while also providing critical microhabitats for a diverse assemblage of wildlife and plant species. Acquisition importance. In short, this acquisition protects these properties, their habitats, and the species they support from future residential and agricultural conversion while expanding wildlife-related recreational opportunities for the public. These aren't isolated habitat types. They function together as a connected landscape. And that is what makes acquisition so important. Without acquisition, these properties will remain vulnerable to residential and agricultural conversion. With acquisition, they become permanent components of the Scotch Creek wildlife area and strengthen the conservation value of the surrounding public lands. Species significance. Okay, on to diversity. The project area supports priority habitats and species identified through WWFW's conservation planning framework. We have shrub steppe, dry conifer, and riparian systems supporting species of greatest conservation need, priority habitats and species, and state and federally listed species. The species that really distinguishes this Scotch Creek from many other acquisitions is the Columbia sharp-tailed grouse. This is a state endangered species with a very limited distribution in Washington. And Scotch Creek is not simply within its historical range. Scotch Creek is part of an active WWF conservation strategy for this species. Scotch Creek runs through property number 1, Concanelli Road. This stream is a smaller seasonal dynamic tributary, sits within the larger Okanagan watershed and Columbia River Basin. Scotch Creek Riparian Corridor is a vital water source to countless wildlife species that call this area home, and it's actively used by sharp-tailed grouse, particularly in the winter. The aquatic and terrestrial wildlife around Salmon Creek, adjacent to Property 2, Happy Hill, is a diverse stream corridor, and though not directly on the property will continue to serve as an east-west corridor where many species, such as mule deer, elk, moose, white-tailed deer, cougars, coyotes, black bears, wolves, possibly even lynx, and more could benefit. Special status. The Columbia sharp-tailed grouse requires large connected shrub steppe landscapes with heterogeneous mix of grasses, forbs, and shrub cover to support lekking, nesting, brood rearing, and winter foraging. Habitat loss, fragmentation, and population isolation have been identified as the primary constraints to recovery. Conserving intact habitat at Scotch Creek strengthens landscape connectivity within the remaining Washington range and helps maintain the structural conditions necessary for population stability and long-term recovery. This area also supports the gray wolf, federally endangered species, as well as smaller critters like Townsend big-eared bats, federal species of concern, as well as western gray squirrels, monarch butterflies, and western bumblebees. Special status. This map shows the historical range of the Columbia sharp-tailed grouse in Washington, with the red markers indicating these two properties, both of which fall within the species' current 2025 range. Okanagan County hosts some of the last isolated populations of this state endangered species, concentrated a handful of key areas: Scotch Creek, Tunk Valley, which is part of the same wildlife area, and the Big Bend areas, where WDFW actively works to restore shrub steppe habitat and rebuild numbers through translocation. Scotch Creek specifically has served as a historic release and management site, and this acquisition would materially strengthen that ongoing recovery effort. Vulnerability. This is an intact shrub steppe landscape and an area experiencing increasing developmental pressure. Every time an intact parcel is subdivided, we lose more than the acreage contained within the new building footprint. We lose connectivity. We introduce roads, fences, pets, invasive plants, human disturbance, and other sources of mortality and habitat degradation. For sharp-tailed grouse, those incremental losses are particularly important because the remaining populations are already isolated. For mule deer, fragmentation reduces the ability to move between seasonal ranges, and for predators such as wolves, maintaining a connected prey base and functional landscape is equally important. Ecosystem impact. So where I want to highlight something important about the ecosystem because the habitat itself is also increasingly rare. The Intermountain Basin's Big Sagebrush Steppe community is classified as imperiled S2 by the Washington Natural Heritage Program. So we're dealing with both a vulnerable ecosystem and species that are dependent upon it. Sagebrush steppe remains highly vulnerable to ongoing conversion and fragmentation statewide. Protecting this habitat preserves an intact shrub steppe system that is critical to species of greatest conservation need and increasingly rare across the landscape. This is where the Washington Shrub Steppe Restoration and Resiliency Initiative provides a particularly strong framework. WWRP's strategy is defend the core, grow the core, connect the core. Scotch Creek does all three. We're defending an intact shrub steppe landscape from conversion. We're growing an existing WDFW conservation complex by adding nearly 1,500 acres. And we're connecting that complex to other large blocks of public land managed by WDFW, DNR, and BLM. This is exactly the type of landscape scale conservation that WWRP identifies as necessary to maintain resilient shrub steppe ecosystems. And importantly, WWRP recognizes that conservation cannot simply focus on isolated habitat patches. We need connected landscapes large enough to maintain ecological processes and allow wildlife to move through them. Scotch Creek is an excellent example of that approach. On to management and viability. The Scotch Creek acquisition is currently listed for sale in the open market and is highly vulnerable to subdivision and residential development. Given strong regional development pressure and the increasing demand for rural residential parcels in the Okanagan Valley, conversion of the property is a realistic and immediate threat in absence of WDFW acquisition. Subdivision and development of this intact landscape would result in significant habitat fragmentation, loss of shrub steppe connectivity, and reduced functionality for wide-ranging and shrub steppe-dependent species, further isolating remaining habitat blocks in the region. That means we have a real opportunity to conserve the property, but also a very real risk that someone else purchases it for a different purpose. And once an intact property like this is subdivided, conservation damage is difficult to reverse. This is why acquisition is such a powerful conservation tool. We're not trying to restore a landscape after it's been fragmented. We're preventing fragmentation before it occurs. You saw this on my previous PowerPoint. These two maps illustrate that threat at a statewide scale. The left is historic shrub steppe, and on the right is current extent, and the contraction is stark. Shrub steppe has been reduced to a fraction of its original footprint through agricultural conversion, development, and fragmentation. Every acre we can secure and connect to an existing protected core, like we're proposing here, works directly against that historic trend line. Shrub steppe is one of Washington's most diverse ecosystems. It provides habitat for species found nowhere else in the state. And to put those maps into context, it's estimated that 80% of historic shrub steppe has been lost or degraded, which again highlights the importance of the Scotch Creek project. Restoration, management, and stewardship. The Scotch Creek acquisition would become part of the Scotch Creek Wildlife Area and be managed under established wildlife area stewardship objectives. The property would benefit from ongoing WWRP management focused on protecting and enhancing shrub steppe and riparian habitats, controlling invasive plant species, and maintaining habitat function for priority wildlife. Staff would also monitor wildlife populations, manage public access and recreation, and maintain any necessary infrastructure to support ecologically sustainable recreation while ensuring long-term conservation of the site's ecological values. Nearby lands. Scotch Creek acquisition directly abuts the existing 10,500 acre Scotch Creek Wildlife Area unit and is also bordered by extensive adjacent ownership managed by DNR and BLM, creating a landscape of connected public lands spanning thousands of acres. Acquisition would consolidate management across this block of public ownership, improving habitat effectiveness, reducing the risk of invasive species spread and incompatible development, and enhancing landscape connectivity for wildlife movement. In addition, securing this parcel would strengthen public land stewardship and recreational access opportunities within the expanding public conservation-centered landscape. A brief note on project structure. The two property owners are not interested in conservation easement at this time, so this is proposed as a fee title acquisition. Livestock grazing would continue on portions of the properties, at least in the initial years, under a grazing plan developed to remain compatible with habitat objectives on the site. I also want to flag how this project fits into WFW's broader conservation framework because it's not incidental. It's central to how we prioritized it. WFW applies 3 plans in practice to guide habitat and conservation decisions across the state. The agency's 25-year strategic plan, the State Wildlife Action Plan, and especially relevant here, the Washington Shrub Steppe Restoration and Resiliency Initiative. 25-year strategic plan calls for a restored connected network of resilient habitat across the landscape. And that's exactly what this acquisition delivers. It doesn't create a new isolated protected area, it grows an existing one. The State Wildlife Action Plan emphasizes proactive conservation before habitat is lost or restoration becomes cost prohibitive. And it prioritizes actions that benefit multiple species at once. That describes this project precisely. Since a single acquisition here benefits sharp-tailed grouse, mule deer, gray wolves, golden eagles, and aquatic species together. And the Shrub Steppe Restoration and Resiliency Initiative frames its statewide strategy around 3 actions: defend, grow, connect the core. This acquisition accomplishes all 3. It expands the existing Scotch Creek unit outward into adjacent private land before that land is lost to conversion, consolidating a protected core that already borders DNR and BLM ownership. Given that the shrub steppe habitat here is independently classified as imperiled, securing it now is precisely the kind of proactive landscape scale investments these 3 plans call for. All right, partnership and community support. The Scotch Creek acquisition also has strong support from the local conservation community. Support has already been expressed by the Okanagan County Commissioners, Conservation Northwest, United States Forest Service, Okanagan Land Trust, and Met Howe Conservancy. But the partnership story goes beyond letters of support. The conservation objectives behind this project are shared across multiple agencies and planning efforts. The State Wildlife Action Plan identifies proactive conservation of priority species and habitats as a central strategy. WWRP brings together WWF, DNR, Conservation Commission, tribes, conservation organization, agricultural interest, and other stakeholders around a common shrub steppe conservation strategy. And the 25-year strategic plan calls for a restored network of resilient habitats that connects ecosystems across the landscape. Scotch Creek puts those statewide strategies into practice on the ground. On to public benefit. Scotch Creek acquisitions will provide long-term public benefit through expanded opportunities for fish and wildlife-related recreation, including hunting, wildlife viewing, and dispersed non-motorized recreation within a quality shrub steppe landscape. The property also offers strong educational value. Shrub steppe is one of Washington's least understood ecosystems by the general public, and a functioning wildlife area provides an opportunity to demonstrate how shrub steppe riparian habitat, fire, grazing, wildlife, and recreation interact. Beyond recreation, protecting this landscape preserves important ecosystem services, intact watersheds, carbon storage and native vegetation, and the habitat conditions that support regional biodiversity and landscape scale ecological function. But perhaps the most important public benefit is something that is harder to put a number on. We are preserving an intact landscape for future generations rather than asking future generations to try to rebuild one. So to bring it all together, from a habitat perspective, we're protecting nearly 1,500 acres of intact shrub steppe, riparian, and forest habitat, and strengthening connectivity across a much larger public land landscape. From a species perspective, we're protecting habitat for mule deer, wolves, raptors, and numerous SGCN. But most importantly, we're protecting habitat directly relevant to recovery of the state endangered Columbia's sharp-tailed grouse. From a manageability perspective, we're adding these properties directly to an existing wildlife area and consolidating management across thousands of acres of WDFW, DNR, and BLM lands. From a partnership perspective, the project is supported locally and implements priorities shared across WWW's statewide conservation plans and our conservation partners. And from a public benefit perspective, we're expanding opportunities for hunting, wildlife viewing, and outdoor recreation while preserving important ecological services. But I think the simplest way to describe this project is this: Scotch Creek is an opportunity to protect an intact shrub steppe landscape at a scale that matters. It protects habitat before it's fragmented. It strengthens a landscape where WDFW is already working to recover Columbian sharp-tailed grouse, and it connects existing public lands into a larger, more functional conservation landscape. The 25-year strategic plan tells us we need resilient habitats connected across the land. The State Wildlife Action Plan tells us we need to act proactively before conservation problems become more difficult and expensive to solve. And WWRP tells us to defend the core, grow the core, and connect the core. This acquisition does all three. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brandon. Questions and comments about this particular project? Heather?
Hi.
Not disappointed.
I was about to raise my hand, but I think Kevin was up before me.
You were in front, but go right ahead.
Okay. I just I have a question about the grazing. So grazing has taken place and you're planning to continue that. I just want to educate myself around this because I know that's kind of a interesting play on the landscape with the cryptobiotic crust or the presence of cheatgrass. So do you have more intact crust? Is there more impact of cheatgrass that the cattle are going to be used for? I just wanted to know if you could speak to that a little bit.
Yeah, that's a great question. The larger parcel has been grazed for many years, the majority of it. Under DFW management, we take a much more conservative approach to our grazing protocols. So we're going to concentrate that grazing on areas that probably already have the most disturbance. And we've learned when you have an area that's been grazed for decades, one of the worst things you can actually do is immediately pull cows off. You're better to go in phases, because what happens is you have this seed bank of all of these annual grasses, let's say. The second you just remove that, you tend to get an explosion of non-natives because they're there. The cows are actually at that point are kind of doing a service at controlling some of that growth, inhibiting some of that from going to seed. So it's a phased approach. That's why we said grazing at least for a certain period of time. And that's one of the primary reasons. We need time for the ecosystem to adjust. And also we do that by the way we graze and by the areas we protect, like riparian areas. We're going to be much more strategic on where cows can and can't be.
Thank you.
And then we'll go with Kevin and then on to Joe.
Well, it's interesting that Heather and I clicked at the same time because we had kind of the same question. I am, I'm the citizen representative here, so I don't live and breathe shrub steppe land management in my daily life. And so, but anyway, Brandon's response there of why you would do that was excellent. So thank you both for Heather for asking the question and Brandon for answering. So
thank you. And Joe, go right ahead.
Yeah, I'm actually wanting to, I guess, a little bit more information on Brandon, your answer there, in terms of the transition between using grazing to get to restoration. Oftentimes the invasive annuals are early and they're utilizing all the moisture resources for our native bunch grasses, which is one way they kind of dominate a site. So I'm curious how, I've never really thought about just using cattle in a kind of incremental way of like reducing it over time as a way of restoration without supplemental restoration actions. Is there going to be supplemental, of seeding, plugging, what else is involved? Because I've never heard of just kind of slowly pulling the cows off as a way to get back to an intact shrub steppe community with because the invasives don't want to let go.
No, you're exactly right. And it's not incremental as in we graze, back off, and leave. So we want to suppress the seed bank that's out there of those annual grasses. We want to start to deplete that seed bank over time. And we do that through spring grazing, targeted spring grazing, as those annuals come up first, because they do outcompete our native bunch grasses. So it's a tactic. It's already being grazed. There's also an expectation in Okanagan County that if the department wants to buy land and there's been active working lands on it, that we need to keep some active working lands. And so I'd rather see some grazing and allow us to still connect these landscapes than just be hands off by saying, nope, we're not grazing it. And that kind of makes it so it's not favorable in the county for us to purchase land anymore. So that's one thing too. But typically what we do is we'll utilize those cows, suppress the seed bank. You have a restoration plan in place. So as you start to back out, that's where you do come in with seeding. So the first thing we establish are the native bunch grasses. So you don't even start dealing with shrubs or anything yet, because you need to get the grasses back, because there's going to be an herbicide component too. You're going to have to do some targeted spraying over that. So you don't want to put broadleafs in there that you're just going to eventually accidentally kill, right? So start with the grasses, establish that native grass matrix, and then you follow up with your forbs, your shrubs. It's a long process. An area that is predominantly annual grasses, it's going to take you 10 years of solid restoration work to get it to a shrub steppe-like state. You'll probably never get it back to a pristine, intact shrub steppe. That's reality. The annual grasses are so hard to combat, but there are tools out there now and better chemicals out there now that are designed for working in these rangelands to control annual grasses. So it's evolving every year.
Yeah, and higher elevation sites will recover quite nicely actually over time. So I don't remember. I mean, this looks obviously near lower tree line at least. So you got that going for you as well. But yeah.
Yeah.
And we'll
Thank
move
you.
on to Mary.
Hi, Brandon. I'm just wondering what kind of impact that will have on migratory ungulates for, you're creating this or helping have a migration corridor through this area, and what kind of impact will that have on their food source?
Yeah, so the migratory mule deer, they're predominant food source in the winter. So winter range is that's the big limiting factor, right? Is winter forage. They're browsers. They're eating bitter brush. That's their primary food source. So if cows are grazing bitter brush, those cows have been in there way, way too long and have overgrazed at that point. Cows do not want to eat bitter brush. It's not palatable, but they will do it. And so that's why a conservative grazing approach like the agency takes, we don't allow that to happen. So that's a telltale sign that the range is being depleted of its grasses when cows start to shift to woody browse. So you don't have that direct competition for winter forage. Now, spring forage, when you're talking migratory deer, right, they're moving out typically. It's actually an interesting concept though, because what's the first thing to green up? It's the annual grasses, right? Deer will use those annual grasses right away in the spring. It's not saying we'd prefer them to use that. We'd rather see them on bunch grass if we had bunch grass, but it does provide a very, very early season holdover. It also starts to green up in the fall again, so it gives them a little bit of nutrients there. So deer utilize these grazed areas. There's no question about it. The problem is when deer are in an area that's so overgrazed that the shrub component begins to disappear or begins to deplete. They need the fresh growths off that bitter brush. So it's the fresh shoots each year. That's what deer eat through the winter. That's what keeps them alive. So that's what's really critical in protecting in grazed areas.
Thank you.
Brandon, is there anything else you want to teach us today?
I wish we had more time. It's like some of my favorite topics. And, you know, like I said, the one thing I'll say is I know grazing is not palatable for everybody, if you will. But like I said, it has a place, particularly in our working land initiatives. WWRP talks about that, supporting working lands. We'd rather see responsible agricultural practices. And under our management, we can dictate that a lot better, right? It's something that we can control. We can adjust timing. We can adjust seasonality. We do rest rotation grazing, right? So we're not just putting the same cows in the same spot every year. That happens a lot on private ranches. These cows, they have to move. They have to have different allotments. We're very cognizant of the seeding schedule of native grasses, right? So we don't want cows in the same area for 2 springs in a row where they're inhibiting those grasses from going to seed. We want to see grasses seed out and then be grazed. So we have these different rest rotation cycles to account for all of that.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate the information. And hearing no other questions from team members, I think, Brandon, you've done your job for this year.
Okay. I'm two and done. Well, I really appreciate all of you. Thank you so much for listening, considering these projects, and great questions. I really appreciate it.
All right. Sandra, are you there? I'm thinking you are up next.
Yep, I'm here.
Oh, good.
And we'll just keep Brandon for, those questions since he does such a good job of that.
So he can just help you out as he goes. There's a good plan.
I'm here for you, Sandra. Anything you need.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to close Dutch Creek and go to Simcoe. I'm going to return over the controls. And I'm going to put the mouse aside. Let me get it onto the right screen. Okay, now Sandra, try it.
The clicking is not working.
So try double click.
Double click.
Mm-hmm.
Enter. This way. Nope.
Okay,
Nothing.
so let me make sure I gave it to you and not some stranger.
They're welcome to advance the slides. That's fine.
It says you can control my screen, so try it out now.
I've got the mouse for sure, but I
So
don't have the arrows. Okay, so
don't worry about the arrows. Just double click first. And then on your keyboard, try moving your keyboard arrows.
That's what I meant when I said the arrows. I don't have those, don't work. The arrows on my keyboard, sorry, don't work.
Oh, got it. Okay, so I'm going to highlight the arrows here. Okay, so now see what happens if you click.
So I can move the mouse. Can you see me moving the mouse?
No.
Okay, I can see me moving the mouse, but
are you working on a computer or on an iPad or
computer, desktop? Yep.
Well, you know what? You can just use me and tell me next.
Okay. No problem.
I'm gonna reset our clock here for you. And you let me know when you're ready, and then we can just begin.
Yep, I am ready. All right. Good afternoon, and thank you so much for this opportunity to present this exciting proposal to acquire a beautiful portion of the Simcoe Mountains in Klickitat County. Next slide. And next. The goal of the Simcoe West project If we have the next slide. Yep. The goal of the Simcoe West project is to achieve a significant and lasting conservation impact by protecting this biologically diverse and strategic location in the southern portion of the East Cascades in Washington. The Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife seeks to acquire 1,455 acres with this critical habitat grant application, and this is step one of a multi-phased effort. We are working in partnership with the Columbia Land Trust and the conservation funds in this effort, and this property is part of the largest remaining unprotected timber ownership in the region, so its protection ensures conservation of a unique and intact landscape that supports several listed species, unique habitats, and imperiled ecosystems. Next slide. This acquisition would contribute to a habitat and wildlife corridor, abate the threat of development, and be protected from residential and commercial developments that would fragment the landscape. Acquiring this property would provide access for Yakima Nation members exercising their usual and accustomed treaty rights, and it would provide non-motorized public access in perpetuity to an area that is currently closed to public access. This is an urgent opportunity for conservation on a larger scale. Next slide. The Simcoe West project is located in northern portion of Klickitat County, as depicted by the red star. It's just east of the Cascade Mountains, the Gifford National Forest, several state lands, and is south of the Yakima Reservation. Next slide. Depicted in this light red is the proposed larger envelope for a multi-phased effort to conserve up to 46,000 acres in the western Simcoe Mountains. The geographic envelope is west of Highway 97, as seen on the right, south of the Yakima Nation Reservation, depicted in yellow, and east of WWW's Klickitat Wildlife Area, depicted in green. Next slide. The focus of today's grant proposal is the first step of this multi-phased approach. As depicted by the parcels in bright red, this is the agency's critical habitat proposal to acquire the 1,455 acres. The white portion is the western portion of that proposed larger geographic envelope that I just showed in the previous slide. Yellow is the Yakima Nation again, and green is the Klickitat Wildlife Area on the southwest. As you can see, the 1,455 acres in red are near our Soda Springs unit of the Klickitat Wildlife Area, which is just under 14,000 acres on the west, as well as some DNR and BLM lands that you see in brown scattered around. And the property is less than 2 miles from the Yakima Nation Reservation to the north. Next slide. To briefly provide the larger context, as I mentioned, this grant application is the first step in a multi-phase effort. Phase one includes WFW submitting 2 grant applications in this 2026 RCO cycle. In red, as you can see, what we just saw, the critical habitat proposed acquisition, and then in blue is our natural areas application of 6,591 acres. So this phase one combined totals just over 8,000 acres. In white, again, is that proposed larger project geographic envelope, where properties within this envelope would be pursued in later future steps and next phases. And the types of habitat on the ground define the respective critical habitat area and the natural area grant categories. But today we are going to focus on the 1,455 acres in red. That is the emphasis of this critical habitat presentation. Yep, you're on the right side. Keep going. You can have the next slide. Acquisition of this property is a rare opportunity and a priority to provide significant benefits to critical habitats and species on a landscape level into perpetuity. It contributes to securing the landscape and ensuring these unique ecosystems remain intact and connected within and across the broader landscape. The need and prioritization of conserving biodiversity, going a little fast, not quite there yet. Rich landscapes such as the Simcoe Mountains, where the property is located, are identified in the State Wildlife Action Plan, and this first phase will contribute to this goal. Next slide. This property is comprised of critically imperiled Cascadian Oregon white oak conifer woodlands, Intermountain Basin's big sagebrush steppe, open grasslands, conifer forest, emergent wetlands, and riparian areas. These expanses of native and imperiled ecosystems remain intact and functioning, providing a greater diversity of species and habitats. This type of diversity supports seasonal wildlife use, breeding, migration, as well as climate adaptation. This site connects to the Klickitat River corridor and is near state and tribal lands, as we've seen, increasing the landscape's ecological significance and functions at local and regional scales. Providing connectivity among habitats within the site and as well to the adjacent lands is so needed to support healthy ecosystems. Next slide. I wanted to find a way to bring this landscape to you other than taking you out there. So here are a few examples of a diversity on the landscape. You can see Oregon white oak on the left with mixed forest. You can just see mixed forest. There's wet meadows with mixed forest. There's riparian areas, meadow wetlands, meadow mixed forest, to name a few. In a nutshell, it's beautiful and it's diverse, and it provides such value. Next slide. These intact native ecosystems that we just saw helps to support several species of greatest conservation need, i.e. SGCN, and priority habitats and priority species, known as PHS, and contributes to providing some of the few remaining core habitats to support threatened and endangered fish and wildlife species in Washington. This acquisition would contribute to creating an east-west natural area corridor, public land, including state and federal lands. Next slide. As mentioned, the site supports a variety of state, federal, and candidate-listed species, SGCN, and PHS. For example, there is the state endangered western gray squirrel, for which the Simcoe Mountains are a core area. This project area also provides critical habitat for mule deer and serves as winter and summer range, as well as a migration corridor for the species. In addition to these priority species, the project area supports a variety of unique wildlife habitats found in a mosaic of coniferous forests, Oregon white oak, sage drop steppe, and grasslands not found in other areas of Washington. Next slide. The variety of landscapes and the diversity of species and habitats within this site speaks to the importance of this proposed acquisition to actually be able to meet the needs of species and habitats to exist in intact functioning ecosystems and protecting the essential resources that are needed for common species and habitats all the way to endangered species and habitats. Acquiring this property would also reduce the threat of fragmentation from residential and commercial developments and as an opportunity to maintain healthy conifer and oak forests. Next slide. And next slide. There is a wide array of species and habitats on this site, as we are starting to understand, including steelhead, western gray squirrels, mule and black-tailed deer, Lewis's and white-headed woodpeckers, mule and black-tailed deer, northern goshawk, western toad, white oak, conifer oak mixed woodlands, riparian, shrub steppe, and the list continues. The site is important to all of them and important to us in terms of needing to conserve it. Next slide. There are several species and habitats with special status on this property. For example, the property is included in one of the largest assemblages of white oak habitat in Washington. It provides for an important population of western gray squirrel and dispersal corridors for this species, and its critical summer and winter range for mule deer, as well as a migration corridor. Next slide. As we have seen, there are imperiled ecosystems, T&E species, rare communities, SGCN, PHS, all within the project area, and the protection of the site would enhance their viability for the future. There are a multitude of unique ecological roles for the host of rare species and communities in this project area, as well as taxonomic distinctness. For example, the western gray squirrel is taxonomically distinct and is the only member of its subgenus. The populations are isolated and in decline, and this project area contributes to the core remaining habitat for this species. Loss of this area and/or changes in landscape use would be detrimental to many of these species and communities. Next slide. Native systems provide a much greater diversity of species that are an integral part of these functioning ecosystems and provide functions such as seed dispersal that promotes healthy ecological systems. For example, the western gray squirrel, again, besides being adorable, they are known to be associated with many species within the ecosystems that they inhabit, and they disperse seeds, fungus, fruits, as well as being prey themselves for carnivore and omnivore species. Acquiring the site would also secure the headwaters of several streams that support fish and amphibians in the Klickitat River Basin. Next slide. And moving on to manageability. The urgency to why it is important to secure this landscape now includes multiple threats to this property, such as residential developments, industrial forest management, construction of industrial solar and wind power farms, increased likelihood of catastrophic wildfires due to climate change, and overstocking of forest stands. And importantly, this property is currently held in one ownership and they are selling now. Smaller parcels are continually being sold as we literally have to change the map. But the Conservation Fund, Columbia Land Trust, and WWW are in communication with the landowner, emphasizing our interest in maintaining the property as one large block to acquire. Next slide. The main management focus of this property will be the forested areas and conducting forest health projects for both the conifer and oak tree components on the landscape. The aim of these projects will be to protect the forest from disease, promote historic tree composition, and make the area more resilient to large-scale wildfires. This would be accomplished by thinning overstocked trees and implementing prescribed fire programs. Monitoring noxious and invasive weeds is vital, and when found, weeds would be controlled by implementing an integrated pest management plan to control, manage, and reduce the spread of invasives. Given the importance of hydrology in the area, riparian enhancement projects may also take place to protect and restore critical water sources for multiple species, such as plantings to reduce stream temperatures and sediment runoff, and spring development to retain water for wildlife throughout the drier months of the year. Funding for restoration and management projects could come from legislative funding, the Klickitat Wildlife Area annual budget, partnering agencies, NGOs, and grant funding sources. Next slide. If acquired, this site would become part of the Klickitat Wildlife Area, and WDFW staff would conduct the annual O&M operations. These activities would include monitoring the recreational use, the surveying of fish and wildlife, controlling invasive species, implementing restoration and enhancement projects, maintaining roads for public and administrative purposes, and monitoring for illegal activities. Funding for the stewardship activities came from the same sources: legislative, the annual budget, partnering agencies, NGOs, and grants. Next slide. As I mentioned, this property is less than miles from the southern boundary of the Yakama Nation Reservation, and that the Klickitat Wildlife Area is near the project area on the southwest corner. Then, west of the property, but not adjoining, there is a large block of DNR land extending over 14 miles west, connecting to the Gifford-Pinchot National Forest. This acquisition would contribute and help to create this east-west natural area corridor of public lands for over 80 miles. Obviously, tribal lands would also contribute to the natural area, but they would just not be open to the public. This connectivity provides opportunity to work with tribal partners, state and federal agencies, and NGOs in managing this natural corridor for the benefit of a wide array of species and habitats. Next slide. A conservation easement is not being considered for this property as it is not of interest to the landowner. Next slide. The project site is zoned as forest resource and would have regulatory protections under the Washington State Forest Practice Rules, and the Klickitat County Critical Areas Ordinance would protect sensitive areas within the acquisition area, but as you've heard previously, it is only accomplished on a case-by-case by the county. The Klickitat County Comprehensive Plan and corresponding zoning designations could restrict intensive development and long-term resource use. Next slide. Currently, there are locally family-owned ranching operations that graze on the property. The current owner has used a light touch grazing approach on the landscape, and the agency would continue these leases only if compatible to the landscape and priority fish and wildlife species present on the site. The agency would take a working lands approach, which is part of the culture in this county, with an emphasis on protecting critical habitat and implementing fish and wildlife friendly forest health and grazing practices. The agency brings years of grazing management experience to the table, as Brandon told us in his presentation, using practices to preserve native vegetation, avoid water quality impacts, prevent erosion, and using wildlife-friendly fencing to minimize negative impacts to the resources. Next slide. And continuing on to partnerships. And you can go ahead and click. There's just a animated. The Yakama Nation has been made aware of this acquisition, and they are very excited and support the purchase of this property. Given the proximity of the proposed acquisition to the Yakama Reservation, there are likely to be significant cultural resources. By acquiring this land, it would be open once again for tribal members to have access to traditional use areas and exercise their usual and accustomed treaty rights. And if you could just click. Thanks. Ever since this property was closed to public access, the agency has had countless comments from the public on how the loss has impacted people. And the agency has heard nothing but support from the public on this acquisition. In addition, the Klickitat County Commissioners were informed of the agency's interest in this property. WWRP has not received any opposition to the project. Next slide. The Columbia Land Trust and the Conservation Fund engaged WFW in this partnership to work together on acquiring this project area from a large private landowner. The Conservation Fund has applied for a Forest Legacy Grant, which ranked as the 5th highest grant in the nation. The Forest Legacy Grant does require a match, and we hope to be able to use the RCO grants that we are currently applying for as the match, so we can utilize this additional funding opportunity to acquire this landscape. As you can see, this is a collective effort to conserve these lands. Having the support of both formal and informal partnerships in the community is so encouraging and really recognizes the importance of this proposed acquisition and the value that it provides to the public, tribal partners, private entities, and ultimately the conservation of fish and wildlife and their habitats in perpetuity. Next slide. And next slide. The site would become open to public non-motorized access. The recreation management objectives would be to provide sustainable recreation compatible with the conservation of high-quality habitat and the protection of sensitive resources, to manage recreational uses to maximize benefit to the public while minimizing negative impacts to natural resources, and to meet objectives for fish, wildlife, habitat, and working lands. Examples include hunting, foraging, wildlife viewing, mountain biking, horseback riding, and hiking. Impacts to and on the resources would be monitored and evaluated, for example, monitoring water quality, vegetation communities, and wildlife and fish populations. Next slide. WFW would achieve additional conservation benefits on the property by maintaining a healthy forest ecosystem through reducing conifer tree stand densities to natural and historic ecosystem levels, managing and enhancing oak and conifer woodlands, and ensuring the protection of riparian and steppe habitats. This would help minimize disease and catastrophic wildfires in the area and provide more optimum habitats for multiple species and their different life stage needs. Next slide. Research could take place in the area to study a multitude of species and their habitats across a large landscape. Some species that are likely to be researched include the mule deer, western gray squirrel, and steelhead. And WDFW is already engaged on adjacent agency property as well as private property conducting western gray squirrel and mule deer research, and this work would likely be expanded on this project area. Even though the department does not have current research efforts on the project right now, but we would expect once under public ownership that this would very likely come to fruition. The project area is also some of the closest public land to Goldendale. Local schools within Klickitat and Yakama counties would have convenient access to these public lands for field trips and environmental education opportunities. Again, even though we don't have plans in place yet to facilitate these activities, clearly this would be a wonderful area for youth to learn about unique natural areas and ecosystems. Next slide. The Simcoe Mountains were formed between 4 million and 600,000 years ago by volcanic activity and lava flows, resulting in different gradients that support the diverse habitats and species that we've been talking about today. There are over 200 old cinder cones on the Simcoe Mountains. However, only a few of them are within the project envelope. Next slide. Hydrologically, the Simcoes feed many tributaries of the Klickitat River, contributing to watershed health, cold water inputs, and riparian habitat structure, important for salmonid species that depend on the cool, clean water for spawning and rearing. Protecting these streams will also secure critical water resources for fish and wildlife in an overall dry landscape with limited year-round water resources. The project area also has 3 bumblebee species that are known to be present on the landscape, indicating the important habitat value for these species, as well as many other, hopefully yet to be documented, pollinator species. Next slide. Some takeaways of this acquisition opportunity are that the diversity of the landscape speaks to the importance of the significant conservation lift that can be attained if this property were to be protected. This landscape hosts unique ecosystems that support a variety of species, from pollinators to amphibians to reptiles to birds and mammals. The fact that this landscape contributes to providing an intact corridor of these transitioning ecosystems supports species and habitat viability, especially in the light of climate change, and provides the cultural, recreational, and intrinsic value to people. The acquisition of the land is a long-term commitment to Washington and the natural resources of the state. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Are there questions or comments? We'll start with Joe and then we'll go to Nancy.
Yeah, thanks so much for the presentation. I know there's a companion application for adjacent lands and natural areas, and I was wondering if you could talk about how this particular proposal in critical habitat is different and is in this category instead of natural areas, or vice versa. I don't want you to focus on the other application, but just curious how this one fits in this category specifically.
Yeah,
does it have different features than the other property or something? So anyway, yeah, thanks.
Yeah, so obviously, it's difficult just to draw a polygon around everything, and obviously habitats transition. However, the natural areas application, we really try to focus on including a lot of the Oregon white oak, since it's such a special feature and special landscape. And then on the critical habitat, really focusing in on, like I think I mentioned under the adequacy slide, where it's really providing the resources for the different species, whether they're endangered or not, but providing things so that they can basically provide resources for them to live through all their life stages. Obviously, that's going to happen on the natural areas category as well. But that was really the distinction, was what was on the ground. That the natural areas had more of the Oregon white oak, and then the critical habitat area had more of sort of the complex complex habitat mix for endangered and threatened species, as well as common species.
And let's go with Nancy.
Yeah, thank you. You mentioned that you would be using the funds from this application as well as the one from the natural areas application as matching funds to apply for the Forest Legacy Grant. So what are your plans for the Forest Legacy Grant if you don't get both of these funds granted through this RCO program?
That would be very disappointing, and we'd have to look for alternatives for sure. Yeah. But looking at what the Forest Legacy Grants criteria are, very compatible with what the RCO criteria are. And so that's why we thought they would be a good match for each other.
I guess what I was trying to clarify is, do you need both of them? Would you need to receive both of them in order to have enough of the matching funds?
Basically, it's a 25% match, so we're not sure how much we're going to get from the Forest Legacy. We haven't been told. We applied for around 20 million, but we don't know if we're going to receive all of that, none of that, or somewhere in between. So it kind of depends on how much funding we get from the Forest Legacy on how much we would need from the RCO grants. So it might be that it's not enough, just enough or more. And then what that means is that the forest legacy grant funds could go further into that other white larger envelope. So it could just expand those funds if it's more, and if it's less, obviously we're going to not be able to do as much.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions or comments? Heather?
Yes, thank you so much for the presentation. A number of projects, including yours, talk about grazing, and you're also proposing the possible use of equestrian as well. And there's tributaries that you mentioned on site. I'm not sure how much, what kind of area they cover, but I'm curious, will cattle or horses be excluded from those areas? Is it a water source for them? I'm just wondering about water quality and erosion along stream banks.
Yeah. So I think you've heard in multiple presentations the different things that the agency does, whether it's whether it's forest practices, using much larger buffers from streams and water areas, or exclusion from water sources. So we would first of all need to evaluate whether or not the grazing leases can continue. And if so, then yes, we would look to exclude cattle from those water resources. And I see where you're going, like if there's recreational use, are there going to be water sources for recreational use? And that's where that balance comes in, of being able to manage for multiple things. The challenge of the state agency is to manage for multiple things. But yes, to meet that need if possible, understanding that the critical habitat, the fish and wildlife communities are the priority. And so if it's not possible to provide the grazing component or the recreational component, the critical habitat and species do take priority over that.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Thank you, Sandra.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate your time.
Team members, you get a break. And we will start with our next project at 4:30. Mark, I see you did photos to help with other presentations too.
I get around.
Just such a team player.
Well, you want good things to happen.
There you go. It's all for the good. All right, why don't you see if you have control of the mouse? Good job. Team members, welcome back from your last break of the day. Mark is here to present our last project, which you should be on Grouse Flats. And I have my trusty timer here. So Mark, when you are ready, you may begin.
Well, you guys have had a long day, so I greatly appreciate your time. I'll start with my introduction again. Again, my name is Mark Teske. I'm with the Washington State Department of Fish and Wildlife, based out of Ellensburg. And I work in the lands conservation section of the diversity division. I worked across the state for over 30 years, and I look for important conservation opportunities. And the project I'm here to tell you about is an exciting conservation opportunity. The Grouse Flats Connection property is comprised of mixed conifer forest, stream habitat that is tributary to the Grand Ronde River, supporting fish and amphibians, scattered ponds and wetland habitat situated in a mosaic of forest and meadow habitat. The project goals and objectives of the Grouse Flats Connection are to secure critical habitat for listed species in a key location, establish a meaningful connection between existing conserved lands, and to ensure that incompatible development would not compromise the functions and values of the past year RCO investments in the habitat that border this property. The Grouse Flats Connection project is located in extreme southwest Washington state in the Blue Mountains. The property, depicted here in red, borders the state of Oregon. The project also occurs in both Asotin and Garfield counties. Taking a closer look, the Grouse Flats Connection project, depicted here in red, encompasses approximately 2,440 acres, or 3.8 square miles. The red-colored Grouse Flats Connection proposal connects to the deep green-colored WDF&W property on the east and the west. The large 4.0 ranch unit, purchased in previous RCO grants, is on the east of the proposal. The existing WDF&W Grouse Flats unit is sandwiched between the proposed acquisition parcels. The lighter green ownership that the property shares a border with is U.S. Forest Service National Forest land, and the dark green is the Wenaha Toucan Wilderness. Whoops, I got ahead of myself. The Wenaha Toucan Wilderness in total is more than 177,000 acres of permanently protected federal wilderness that spans the border of Washington and Oregon. 111,000 acres of the wilderness occurs in Washington. We feel it is highly beneficial to build on or enhance previous conservation efforts, such as we are proposing here, adjacent to the 4.0 ranch. Section 1, Habitat Impact. The property supports listed species and contains critical habitats that have been identified in numerous plans that direct and govern agency conservation work. The State Wildlife Action Plan, or SWAP, lists species of greatest conservation need. The property supports at least a dozen SGCN species listed in the SWAP. The property contains 6 priority habitats identified on the PHS list. The Washington Wildlife Habitat Connectivity Analysis, which looked across the state of Washington, repeatedly identified the property as core habitat for focal species utilized in the analysis. The Wolf Conservation and Management Plan maps suitable wolf habitat in Washington. The Grouse Flats Connection location is included in that mapping effort. The Southeast Washington wolf habitat is a location that can support the broader wolf population in nearby Oregon and Idaho. The Washington Natural Heritage Plan and the Washington Habitat Connectivity Action Plan, or WACAP, have priorities that have been identified at the Grouse Flats Connection location. The landscape significance of the property is noteworthy. Located in the Blue Mountains of Washington, this proposal is in a unique place in the extreme southwest portion of the state, where elevations and precipitation result in a rich, mixed conifer forest not associated with any other forest in the Central Cascades. The ecological role of the property is significant. I'm going to highlight the wildlife habitat connectivity that this property provides. Here is the property in red. The existing wildlife area units are in light green. Additionally, we can see where it sits in relation to the Oregon border and Asotin and Garfield County boundaries. This proposal was identified as containing core habitat for the western toad by the Washington Wildlife Habitat Connectivity Analysis, depicted here with the lavender color. Western toad is the species of greatest conservation need. The pond habitat across the property and the wet areas along the stream support western toad. The Washington Wildlife Habitat Connectivity Analysis identified the property as bighorn sheep core habitat. This is the southernmost population of bighorn sheep in Washington state. The connectivity analysis identified the property as core habitat for black bear, which is one of the 3 large predators supported by this proposal. The property is identified as core habitat for Rocky Mountain elk and is identified as core habitat for mule deer in the same analysis. The deer and elk presence supports the wolf, bear, and mountain lion populations that utilize the area. The green on this slide depicts core habitat for the northern flying squirrel, as determined by the Washington Wildlife Habitat Connectivity Analysis. Although the core habitat for the flying squirrel occurs just north of the property, great gray owls found on the property forage across the broader landscape. The core habitat, which can be thought of as the best habitat for the modeled species, helps support the great gray owl, which has been found utilizing the area year after year. The Washington Connectivity Action Plan identifies core and corridor habitat across the state. The Grouse Flats Connection property contains Tier 2 core habitat from the analysis. Adequacy. The size of the property, in conjunction with the adjoining wildlife area units, the national forest to the north, and the large wilderness to the west, combine to form a landscape that supports a diverse assemblage of species. The persistent presence of listed species found here points to the adequacy of this location. Adding to the conserved habitat base with this acquisition helps us ensure adequacy going forward into the future. The distribution, range, and abundance of some of the target species this property supports are limited. Wolves are endangered, so abundance is clearly suboptimal. Wolves are a wide-ranging species. The wolves that utilize the property in the Blue Mountains are a disjunct population in Washington. They naturally colonized this landscape. The Rocky Mountain-tailed frog in Washington is known only here in the extreme southwest portion of the state. Acquisition is the most effective means of conservation here. Regulatory protection of wildlife has its limits and does not adequately address species requirements. The acquisition of occupied habitat is one of the best tools for protecting wildlife and one of the most important methods of conservation. Species significance. The area is high in biodiversity. The adjoining 4-0 ranch unit was a top scoring proposal in a previous RCO grant cycle. Species of greatest conservation need, such as the great gray owl, are known inhabitants of the area. A diverse bird community, Townsend's big-eared bats and western toad are all species of greatest conservation need and or PHS species. The Rocky Mountain-tailed frog is an SGCN species that has an extremely restricted range and only occurs in this part of the state. The property is a high activity area for wolves, and this photo is from a location immediately adjacent to this proposed acquisition. This wide-ranging species uses this location we are seeking to protect. With respect to vulnerability, wolves are a state endangered species. The Rocky Mountain telefrog is listed as a species of greatest conservation need in the swamp and only occurs in the Blue Mountains here in Washington. The great gray owl is also a species of greatest conservation need. The new State Wildlife Action Plan, or SWAP, includes rare plants. Douglas's clover are documented on the property where we are proposing to conserve. Douglas clover are critically imperiled rare plant. Blue Mountain penstemon occur immediately adjacent to the property. They are an imperiled plant species and may occur on the property. Wolves are an apex predator and play an important role in the overall health of the ecosystem. Primary cavity nesting excavators such as the pileated woodpecker, Lewis's woodpecker, and white-headed woodpecker create habitat for a myriad of other bird species that depend on tree cavity structure for nesting and which can't create this habitat for themselves. They are a keystone species and have a disproportionate benefit to the ecosystem. Manageability and viability. The area has a considerable amount of terrain that's relatively flat or rolling. So there are many buildable locations. The parcelization on the target property would facilitate development and could through time be subdivided. Hobby farms and ranchettes would be a significant threat to the species that the habitat function of the area. Domestic sheep carry diseases that are detrimental to bighorn sheep. Hobby farms are a significant concern. The property is not in urgent need of restoration or management actions. Some controlled burning or mechanical removal of seedlings or saplings from open areas that are being colonized by conifer trees may be desirable in the future. Some derelict segments of fence might need to be removed. The property would be managed as another unit of the Chief Joseph Wildlife Area. There are permanent full-time wildlife area personnel in place, equipment is in place, and work is already occurring around this location. The wildlife area has a budget that includes Pittman-Robertson or PR money, state wildlife money, and Discovery Pass money, as well as grant money that would be utilized to perform stewardship activities. The property is connected to existing WWF&W ownership to the east and to the west. There is an efficiency in this proximity. This is an area that is already receiving management attention because of the existing wildlife area units. The landowner is seeking fee title purchase of the property, so a conservation easement does not meet the desire of the landowner. There are no regulatory protections of the property that would provide meaningful protection for the species we seek to conserve. Zoning in and of itself is not a durable form of protection and can be changed by an amendment process or zoning change that can take place on an annual basis with a local government process. Current zoning is agriculture. There are no plans to graze livestock. Partnerships and community support. We were approached by the landowner, so we have an engaged key partner. Additionally, we have reached out to the Board of County Commissioners in each county where the property occurs to make them aware of our conservation plans. We are confidently proceeding with this proposal after our conversations with them. We have firm support from NGOs such as the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, Inland Northwest Land Conservancy, and the Backcountry Hunters and Anglers of Washington. Public benefits. Recreation will be managed in a fashion similar to the adjoining WWF&W ownership and will be folded into the existing management plans. Hiking, birding, photography, fishing, hunting, and other forms of dispersed recreation compatible with the resources found here is what is planned. The proposal will provide new access and connect the larger landscape, potentially allowing new points of entry onto nearby federal ownership. Traditional uses of the property would also be made possible. Gathering of traditional foods such as this camas would be possible if the land became public. There is ongoing research and work on the wildlife uses of the property and surrounding area, which informs annual population status reports. The Rocky Mountain tailed frog is another species that is in need of conservation research. This location is a high plateau in the Blue Mountains of southeast Washington and is disconnected from the Cascade Range. Basalt geology from lava flows shape this landscape and is the parent material for the soils that are found here. The elevation, soils, and precipitation produce conditions that result in a profusion of flowering plants later in the growing season than the surrounding land, low elevation terrain. This affords pollinators a nectar source later in the season after lower elevations have already passed the flower stage and have gone to seed. Pollinators move up in elevation and follow the bloom of forbs and shrubs as spring and summer progress. Another ecosystem service that property provides is water in the form of spring runoff from a high plateau and year-round water flow benefiting wildlife and fish both on-site and downstream. Thank you so much for your time and attention and your stamina for lasting the whole day, reviewing proposal after proposal. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mark. Questions and comments from the team? It's been interesting the kind of habitat we've seen today. A lot of it has some similarities. Heather, are you going to start us off? You just wanted to say, hey, Mark.
Yeah, I didn't have a question yet, but I was kind of preparing myself.
Any questions or comments about this particular one? Mark, it's kind of interesting because when I'm looking at the work that's been done down in the Asotin, that was like when I was a grants manager.
Yeah.
So it's been a while.
Yeah, it's such a great area, and we've, as a state, we've invested so heavily in that area with the, particularly that 4.0 ranch is just an amazing thing, and so to be able to build onto that with this, and secure it from potentially incompatible uses or uses that would diminish the efficacy of the habitat down there,
and that
it's an exciting opportunity.
That stands out to me because the 4.0 ranch was one of the first WWRP acquisitions, so a lot of years ago.
Yeah.
That program started in '89, so yeah.
And making a 10-mile swath is pretty exciting. So between all the units, I mean, the 10-mile swath of habitat just south of the national forest there is like really exciting. So I see a hand.
And go right ahead, Jeff.
Well, I'm curious about any agreements with tribes to harvest camas or other plants. Have you got those in place already?
Yeah, we don't have any agreements like that in place. Well, we don't own it yet, but we run all of our proposals prior to putting these things into our Land 2020 process. We have a real robust engagement process with the tribes. And so, we make them fully aware. We're really desirous of their input. And so, so we can't really make agreements, until we have secured access because it's currently privately held. And so, but we anticipate wide and free access to the traditional foods that we see occurring there. And it's a neat elevation too. And so it's the species that are tribally important come on in different times. And so that area being higher elevation kind of affords a longer window for for access to those resources. So it's a neat opportunity there.
Well, thanks for that answer. And a follow-up question is, this is a pretty large area. What kind of access, not just for the tribes, but for other activities would you expect?
Well, it's sort of one of the access. I mean, you can access it from the north, driving through national forest to get there, and you can access it from the south, from Oregon, and you go up the Grand Ronde River and up from Troy. So you have to want to get there. It's kind of a remote part of the state, but it doesn't. So access is to the national forest. It's one of the trailheads to the Wenatchee-Tucana Wilderness. You drive right by this property to access the Wenatchee-Tucana, which is a popular wilderness area that again spans. It occurs in both Washington and Oregon, but primarily in Washington. And so access is by dirt road, but it's in good shape, and you don't need 4-wheel drive vehicles to get there. So.
And a follow-up to that is, are designated access points with parking?
There are parking areas associated with the units, but again, we don't this one yet. Those sorts of things would have to be either developed or designated.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And go ahead, Heather.
You had mentioned the elevation being higher and the resources available because of that. What is the range of elevation changes on this particular project?
Well, it's a relatively flat. It's a kind of a high plateau, and so we're in the upper 3s, low 4s range. So getting there, you climb in elevation quite a bit.
Okay.
But the topographic diversity of the property isn't drastic.
Okay.
But we're mostly just the situation in the landscape where it sits and getting there, and so you gain quite a bit of elevation to get there.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Well, thank you very much, Mark, for wrapping us up for the day.
Yeah, well, I really appreciate it. I've done this sort of thing before. It can be a drink out of a fire hose, a long day. So thank you again so much for your time and attention, and appreciate you so much.
Well, thank you very much. We're going to sign off, and then we'll end our live recording.
All right.
For those of you who have been watching, you have been watching applicants come in and present projects for the Washington Wildlife and Recreations Program's critical habitat categories. There's a team of volunteers and agency representatives here that are scoring these proposals, which will be presented to the Recreation and Conservation Funding Board in October. The board will review and approve ranked lists and then submit those lists along with the funding requests to the governor and the legislature for the next biennial budget. We invite you to join us again tomorrow as we wrap up our evaluation of critical habitat category projects, and we will start on urban wildlife habitat projects. To learn more about the Recreation and Conservation Office and the grants we have to offer, please visit our website at www.rco.wa.gov. Hope you have a wonderful evening. Thank you.